What if you could build a fully featured native feeling app, just like Pocket, using Reanimated and modern tools like Expo, SQLite? That's exactly what we're gonna do. In this video, I'll walk you through all the steps of building a Pocket clone, and we're not going to skip the good parts. Whether you're just starting with React Native or have already built some applications, in this project you're gonna learn some real practical skills with the latest available tools and versions from the React Native and Expo world. Huge thanks to Clerk, RevenueCat and Sentry for sponsoring this video and making stuff like this happen. If you want to support me and see more clones like this, the links to the tools are right below this video and you would really help me a lot by signing up. But of course, check them out. These tools are just my recommendations and we will use all of them in the video when we add Clerk Authentication, when we later add in-app purchases with RevenueCat, and also when we introduce monitoring with Sentry and use their AI tool Seer to even draft a PR in our app. Because the video is most likely a couple of hours already, you might also want to grab the code. The link is in the description to GitHub. You can grab it. I still recommend we go to everything together, but sometimes I will say, hey, bring in a snippet, and then you can just take it or the assets or a certain file that will speed up your process. Beyond that, make sure you already hit that like and subscribe to this channel for more React Native videos in the future so you don't miss anything. And if you need guidance on building and shipping your own application, check out the mission on galaxies.dev. Our Zero to Hero mission shows you everything that you need to go from React Native starter to shipping your own application in no time. Now, if you're ready, let's dive in and build our Pocket clone with React Native. Alright, let's get started with our application. I will use Bun as my package manager, and because I'm currently using the beta version of SDK 54, I also have to specify the next template here. However, when this video goes live, SDK 54 of Expo will most likely be available, so you don't need that part, and you can simply create your application like this. You can of course also use Yarn or NPM, whatever you prefer. I just think Bun is really fast, as you can see here. So let's open this up. I use Cursor. So cursor dash R, that was German, huh? Wasn't it? I recently said something about Ionic in a video. That was kind of funny as well. But anyway, let's get back to this. So what we want to do in this first part is we want to run our application. And normally you can just do bunix expo and press, you open it somewhere, and this will open up the Expo Go application on your device or your simulator. This is of course the fastest way to run your Expo application, and this can work, and potentially this might actually work for the first couple of sections in our application. So as you can see, we're barely a minute into our tutorial and we already have our app up and running here in the simulator. However, there's a problem with this, and that is that we're going to use a lot of native modules that are not part of Expo Go, that are not bundled with Expo Go. So things like Clerk, we have Sentry, we have Share Intent, we have really SQLite, a lot of things coming in here. Actually, SQLite might work with Expo Go because it's an Expo package, but many things won't work with Expo Go, and therefore we will opt into a pre-build instead. And I'm going to show you how to do this. But first, let's also install the Expo Dev Client package. Why are we doing this? Well, with the Expo Dev Client package, you get this nice little overview at the bottom that you might be used from the Expo Go application. So this view down here, with the Expo Dev Client package, you get exactly that for your pre-build as well. We won't install any other libraries right now, I think. So let's simply go ahead with bunix expo, and you could now either do a pre-build, and that would build your iOS and Android folder. Let's actually do this. I'll only do this for the moment for platform iOS. But you could also just do it for Android. If you're on Windows, you can't make a pre-build for iOS because it requires Xcode and certain tooling that is only available on a Mac. But if you're on a Mac, you can do it like this as well. However, the other command that I will usually run, which I will follow up now, is bunix expo run iOS. That will give you the usual hot reload, live reload on your simulator or even your device. It will spin up the Metro server here, the bundler, and everything works pretty much exactly like Expo Go. And the run command usually also does a pre-build upfront, so you don't have to do this all the time. So you could just do now bunix expo run iOS, and I could actually have done that command first because that usually uses or makes a pre-build anyway first thing. However, at this point, it should probably discover that we've already done a pre-build, so it will build our application. We might already benefit from the faster builds in Expo SDK 54, but still, this usually takes a minute, so let's wait until the app is ready. All right, actually took just 1 or 2 minutes, and here is our application, just like before. And with that pre-build, we now have the same functionality like before. So I can go into the first tab, which should be this one. I can change this to hello, and we should immediately see our change up here. Great. Once this works, we can wipe out our project because I actually want to get rid of all the generated files in here. So there's a tiny script included in every new Expo application that's called reset project. So let's run bun run reset project. And I don't want to move them. I really want to delete all those files. That leaves us with a pretty much blank layout and an index file, which are the perfect starting point for the rest of our application. I wanted to start the coding part of this tutorial, not with just some boring stuff, but actually something new. And that is a native tab bar. And you might say, we've done tab bar before, Simon. What's the difference here? Hear me out, native tabs is different. This is still an experimental feature in SDK 54 of Expo Router, and it will give you sort of different kind of tabs. The difference is that it actually uses really the native tab views under the hood. That means if potentially iOS 26 drops at some point, you will automatically get this glass UI look of your tab bar. But additionally, on top of that, you also get access to a super gentle transition between tabs. So if you notice before, if you use the default tabs, it is just an instant switch between the tabs, and everyone can notice this. So that's why we're now using native tabs. Maybe we're just gonna do this right up here in the layout. We can later restructure our application a bit. Let's change this to native tabs. And if we want to use native tabs, we have to import that from Expo Router unstable native tabs. If you come here in 2026 probably, or late 2025, maybe that import has changed. Most likely it has. Okay, so for our native tabs, what we need is, of course, some tab pages. Let's do 2. We have an index page. That's already a good starting point. Let's do a settings.tsx as well. So I have a little shortcut here. And then we have 2 of those. Now, to get my native tabs to render, we need to include a couple of things. So let's expand on this and go in it. And let's close it here, native tabs. So every native tab now has a trigger here. That is the actual page. So our first one I will call, let's call one new home. So I don't want to use index. I will actually use home.tsx. Okay, so this is home here. And then we can name this one home. And I can have a second one, settings. And we already see there is something coming up down here. Not too bad, right? Not too bad. Okay, let's see. We can continue this a bit and include more data. So what I want to include is, first of all, a label. So let's add a label in here. And this one's gonna be home. And for our settings one, we have the label settings. Additionally, we can now also include an icon. And these are, well, somewhat tricky because they actually use the native icons, but you can also use your own icons if you want. There is something called SF symbols. That is like the font of iOS. And you can use this application on your Mac. It's called SF symbols to find some symbols. For Android, you're gonna have to figure out the drawable name you want to use. So here, what I could use is something like this. I will set the default to house, and then the selected to house as well. And if you wanted, you could now follow this up with a drawable and something like home drawable. You're gonna have to consult the Android documentation for that. All right, now we have a home. Let's do the same for settings. So maybe you want to have something like a gear here. Let's call this gear shape. Yeah, that looks better. And so we do have those 2 pages. Pretty nice. Additionally, I want to actually change this a bit. So when this is selected, I want to use the fill icon, and same down here. So this should be gear shape.fill. So now when changing icons, you see we have the fill icon in there. Great, good start. Additionally, we want some colors. So let's put up a new file. Let's do a folder utils and then a colors.ts. And we're going to add some colors. You can take these from the GitHub repository. I highly recommend you open that up anyway while watching this tutorial, because now and then we might bring in some code from there, so it gets a bit easier for you to follow along. You don't have to type everything, especially when we do like the long API routes or any constants like this. So with our colors in place, we can now also change the color of the native tabs. So let's set the tint color here to colors.textDark. Because instead of the blue, I actually want to have this dark black color. Now, there's something you might notice, and that is that we actually only see up here a tiny glimpse of the page. That is because with native tabs, the page that we now display, for example, home or settings, does not include an actual stack or anything. So we're going to have to do our own layout for all these pages. But that's actually no problem with Expo Router. So what we can do is, instead of using home, index, settings as file names here, we can also make these folders. So I will call this one home. I will have a new folder settings, and I will actually have, let's make this complete, saves page. And now I can put my home in home. I will put my settings in settings, and we don't really need an index here, so I will put it under saves. Now, each of these requires a new layout file. So let's do _layout.tsx in here. And we want to export default function home layout. And this should pretty much be a stack. And we immediately see we finally have our stack up here. Now, let's clarify this a bit. I actually want to style this a bit more, because then we can also copy this. Let's say we have some screen options here, and I want to set the content style for background color to the colors.white. So we always have the same kind of background color. Let's see that we close everything accordingly here. This is closed, this is closed, and then we probably don't need this, but we need a closing stack. Yeah, that's better. And then we have our index here. And the definition for the index page, so I should rename home to index now. Same for settings, this becomes index, because the name settings home is already the folder name. I hope that's not too confusing. We're just shifting around a couple of things, and it's always good to understand what's happening here with Expo Router. So now I will give this the title home. We see we have our home and title home, and I can pretty much copy this over. Now, additionally, I also want to use the header large title and set this to true, and also the header large title shadow withable to false. So now on iOS, we have this large title here, and I will actually copy this now over. Only thing I want to change is that this is, of course, saves, and then I want to push this here, and this one's settings. All right, so now we have 3 layouts file. This one with the title home, second one title saves, third one title settings. Rest of the settings are for the moment the same. We might change that at a later point, but for the moment that's cool. We also notice there's one tab missing, so let's go back into the overview of our tabs. And let's just add a third tab here in the middle for saves. So native tabs trigger is again the name of the file or the folder. Then we have the label, and I want to use the heart icon and the heart fill. All right, and now we have 3 tabs. We have the animation at the bottom, and you might see once we switch from these 2 views, there's like this super tiny bounce in the title and the page appears. And that is exactly the behavior of the native tabs. And as well on Android, it's going to be more native than just using the JavaScript files. Can we do some kind of dummy stuff here? Well, I guess not really. But if we want to correctly use the header large title, we're gonna have to wrap our view in a scroll view and set the content. Can you just import the scroll view, please, from React Native? Thank you. And set the content incent adjustment behavior to automatic. With that in place, we should have a scroll view here. At least if I set this to like, let's see, content container style, flex 1. Okay, so now I can scroll this and you see the big title jumps into the header. That was exactly what I was looking for. We also see that something changes here with the tab bar. We will see this more clearly later, but you can on the native tabs also define how this should blur. So the native tabs usually has this blurry background, and you can define this for native tabs using the blur effect. So I will do something like system chrome material. Again, we're currently not really scrolling anything behind it, but you can already check this out. If you dive down here, you're gonna see all the available supported blur effects. And with that, we have our tab bar in place, and it's not just a regular tab bar, it is a native tab bar implementation. It would be funny now if you had iOS 26, you should see these little glass pills at the bottom instead. And if you want more information or something changed after doing this video in the future, because this is still, again, unstable, go check out the documentation in the Expo docs for native tabs. But once you got your tab bar ready, let's also put a login in front of that. So now we want to implement the login screen, and of course there will be input fields, and therefore we want to use something called keyboard controller. In the past, I usually used the React Native safe area view controller, which helps us to make sure that the keyboard here, when it comes up on any platform, is not covering your inputs. However, after recent talks and videos that I've seen, I think that the keyboard controller package is actually the best in class package and solution that you can currently use. So we will not really make heavy use of it. We will basically just use the safe area view from the keyboard controller, but nonetheless, I think it is a good habit to use it. So install it, npm install React Native keyboard controller, or Expo install React Native keyboard controller, whatever you prefer. After that, we also need to make a new prebuild, or run the run command again. And then why are we not seeing our application? That is a good question. Maybe because, honestly, I don't know why. Are we using, this is my development build. Maybe because we don't have an index file, but we didn't have an index file before. So I'm curious. Let's see. It might have started my other application. Let's see. We're anyway gonna add a new index file to the root of our application, index.tsx. And to show that index file, we will now put the rest of the fun that we did before in a new tabs group. So let's make it like this, and then put everything, home, save, settings, and the layout in there. And then we have neatly stored our tabs layout in there. And instead, we can come up with a new top level layout file. It will be helpful because we need to wrap our application anyway with a bunch of root controllers or providers and whatnot. So in here, we will now set up a new stack. We don't even need anything yet in there. We just need to add or import the stack from Expo router. And with that in place, we potentially should see our index is missing a default. Yeah, that's true. Let's put something on that page. Okay, we finally see that page again. Good, that's a good starting point. Now, I think we should just start here. By the way, I wanted to show you something really quick. So now we have changed our setup. So we've just a stack layout. We have the index file here. Actually, for that file, I want to disable the header. So let's put up a stack.screen, name index, and then screen. It's always the other one. It's not screen options, it's options, header shown false, and close it. Okay, so now we got rid of the header on the login screen. But we could now easily make this here flex 1, justify content center, and then we would see something. Now, if you say, oh, I actually don't want to work on a login right now in your application and you want to skip that login, a super convenient way is to simply return the redirect component from Expo router. So there's an href that you can set on the redirect component. For example, I would set this now to /tabs home, or actually let's set it to tabs saves. That's what the name was. And then we would save this. And when our app reloads, we're automatically redirected to our inside area. And we actually noticed that we have a little header problem, so we can fix that right away. So let's make another entry here for our tabs group and say no header shown for that. So now we've easily fixed that. We can see that our inside area is still working nicely. And that's what happened all the time for me with Cursor or VS Code. When I have imports and things that are unused, they will be automatically removed. So I'll just make this a comment here, and then you see, now we see the index page again and can work on it. That's just a little nugget that I try to sprinkle in our tutorials here. Now, for that login page, do we actually have like the preview so I can show you what we're building towards? That would be cool, right? So if you haven't seen, this is the GitHub repository. You should definitely check it out. And this is what we want to build now. So pretty simple login screen. We have an image, text, 2 buttons for social login. Functionality will come. Then we have email input. We have more buttons and some potential text. Pretty much the setup you're going to see on every login screen that you will work on. Let's start by wrapping our page here with the keyboard avoiding view. And as I said, I actually want to use the keyboard avoiding view from the React Native keyboard controller, simply because I really like that package. I want to set the behavior to padding here, and we might have to work with the offset a bit, but for the moment, let's just leave it like it is. In terms of the container, I don't know if we need any style. Let's do this, React Native style sheet. And then we're gonna go ahead with container, and the container should have flex 1 and also a white background. So background color, we had something in our colors. I want to use that white because maybe I want to change my white definition at some point. You know, the definition of white color can vary. So let's change this, and let's, for the keyboard now, use this instead as our style. So styles.container. By the way, we're not using any styling library, Unistyles, native wind in here, simply sticking for this one to the default style sheet. I think many of you are gonna like that. Okay, now first of all, we had that little header. So let's already say styles.header. This is to be defined. And then we probably have a view with style logo. So styles.logo. And within there is potentially an image from React Native, and we can directly set the source. By the way, once again, get the assets here from the repository. So grab that assets folder and place it in your application. So then you will have access to it. Go ahead, require the file. So that should be at, and I hope we get some code completion. I guess we are not. At assets/images/pocket-logo png. And of course, this one needs some styling as well. So let's say this is styles.logo icon. Okay, I think this is enough for the moment. Oh, I forgot to close that one. Yeah. But now we should be fine. We have closed everything, so now we can go about our implementation. So we have the header. We have the styling for the header, of course. We have the logo, which will probably have something like with 80 and height 80. Then we actually see something on the screen. And we finally also have, what was the third one? The logo icon, right? Logo icon. I could probably have called that one image. Anyhow, this should also be, let's see. Property view doesn't exist. Yeah, normally this is done automatically for me in Cursor, so let's do a little refresh. Okay, not too bad. We see something at least on the screen. For my header, I want to align the items in the center. Okay, here we go. And we might have some, let's see. This is a bit tricky. Let's put a little text below that one as well. I want to see a bit more here. Let's call this login, and this should, oh my, if I don't have cursor enabled, it's really annoying because I usually just tap, tap, tap and the auto imports just come in. But we're gonna get through this. So this is the title. I do have my container styling set up here. So I wonder why our view looks so bad. It should normally look a bit better. Anyway, we can also do the title styling. Oops, maybe something with a bigger font size. So font size like 32. Oh, not 400. It's refreshing and reloading really slow today. That's strange. Okay, we got this. Our container has a flex of 1. I also want to give it some general padding horizontal. Then all the things on this page should be aligned nicely. And because we don't have a header, we will give it a padding top of 80 as well. Then it should be placed better. Okay, looks better. For the header, we might want to have some margin at the bottom. So this will not be visible right now because we don't have the next item, but it will be soon. Let's set the font weight here to bold on our title, as well as the color to our dark text color. So colors dot text dark. Okay, getting better. Now about the image. Do we need something about this box? I mean, we are already aligned. Maybe we're gonna add some margin bottom as well in here. About like 30. Yeah, I think this is pretty much how it looked here, right? Yeah, looks good to me. Let's continue with the next 2 buttons. So this will be a button section. We're gonna place it after the header view. So here we go with another view, and this one gets 2 touchable opacity buttons. They will of course also have a style, something like styles.button. And on press, they should call a function. Let's call this handle const handle social sign in. And actually, I can't even type this anymore. This should be have a provider. Like when you get so used to AI, yeah, you forgot like really the basic stuff. So this one, first one will be handle social login OAuth Apple, and the second one will be Google, but we can style that later. Then let's use a text in there, text style as well. Does it compile if I don't have the styles? So if I just say button text and then continue with Apple, I wonder. Yeah, it works. We just have to fix the styling later. I think that's okay. Maybe we can squeeze out some more space, just a few more pixels, so you see more of the code here. Okay, so we got the button, but that button also needs an icon. I want to use ant design this time. Why ant design? Because actually the Apple icon from ant design looked best to me. So bring it in from Expo vector icons should be already added automatically to your application, and then you can use the direct import to the icon set. So ion icons, material icons, everything is in there. So ant design name Apple, and then size, I don't know, 20, and you can also set a color. I actually don't know if we need that, but let's do it. Okay, so now we do have everything in there. We just need the button and the button text. Maybe we're gonna make 2 out of this. So the second one will be, of course, continue with Google. So we should also put in here OAuth Google. That will be helpful later. And our view also gets some styling. So this is styles.button section. Okay, we have 2 buttons. Yeah, this one needs another one. And now we can go about the button section, button, and button text. So button section, button text, and button. All right. Good. So where do we begin? I don't know. If maybe for the button section, we just put in a little gap so we have a little bit of gap between the 2 buttons. For the button text, I just want to make the font size a bit bigger. So let's set it to like 12, or actually make it smaller. I think in the example, no, that's too, let's do, yeah, that looks good. And now, of course, the button needs the most of the work here. So we have a border width of 1. Then that looks awesome, right? You can get so much out of a button with the right styling, you know. Border radius. I thought I had a short border. I can just do bore for border radius. That's pretty cool. Okay, border radius 8 to give it a bit rounding. Then we want to make the padding vertical a bit higher, so they're bigger. Then, of course, I want to use the flex direction row instead. That's the one we need here. With that in place, I can align my items finally in the center, as well as justify the content in the center as well. And then we might also need some gap between the elements here. And I want to change the border color to my colors. Please use my colors. Yeah, this one. Colors.border. All right, that looks more like I wanted to have it. So we got our 2 buttons here. Can press them, nothing will happen. Then, of course, we had a little divider in there. So we can already do the styling for the divider. That's gonna have a flex direction row as well. You know, it's usually like the line and then or. So there should be like a better divider included. I don't know. Maybe is there a divider package somewhere? That would be pretty cool. So we align the items, margin vertical of maybe 30. And then we have the actual line for the divider. So the line will be like flex 1, taking up all space, height of 1, and then a background color of my colors dot border, actually. Okay, and so with that, we have a pretty easy time of creating our little section here. So we have styles divider, that is the row layout. Then we have 2 lines, so view 1, styles.line. Okay, and we can directly close that actually. We're gonna have 2 of them. If we had just had 1, we had 1 line. If I make 2, we wouldn't actually notice. And now I put in the text here in the center to call it or. And I'll probably need some styling for that one as well. So style equals styles.or text. Yeah, I don't have a better idea how we want to call that. Let's go here. Why do I have the comma all the time in my copy? I don't know. Actually, we wouldn't need a margin horizontal if I gave the divider a gap. That would make sense as well, right? Let's do 8 or something. Yeah, looks good. So then we don't need the margin vertical here, and we can set the color as well to colors.textlight, and finally change the font size to be a bit smaller, like 14. Okay, that looks pretty good. We have the first section up there and we have the second section down there. Now we just need the email input and the usual legal stuff. So let's do another view. This one will be styles.email section. And for this one, I'm gonna of course have the text input with a bunch of styling, but I'm gonna do that in a second. We will actually not build that out too much. Oh, come on. Just add it from React Native, please. Can I just load this? Oh yeah, we do have the text input already, it's just not visible. So after the text input, I will also place a touchable opacity with next button. So with that button, you could potentially continue. So let's call this next button, not related to Next.js, my friends. And we say next in there. Again, we might need styling for that text as well. So you see, if we're not using native wind, we're actually writing a lot of styles here. But I mean, with native wind and tailwind, we also had that kind of stuff going on. So I don't know what's better. You can decide. Let me know in the comments what you like more. For the email section, we have some styling. For the email input, we need a lot of styling. And finally, we have the next button and the next button text. Okay. Oh, that's better. Okay, my email section will simply have some margin bottom because there will be another block below. I want to make sure that this works out. The email input gets a bit bigger border. So let's set this to 2, the border width, and the border color can go to colors.primary actually. That looks pretty cool, and that was what I found in the official Pocket app. Primary. It's a hard word, right? Not really. Okay, border width and border color. Why is that not visible for my email input? Okay, because I haven't gave styles.email input. Aha, here we go. Okay, that looks amazing. Now let's also put in for the email input some border radius. About 8, I think that was what we used before, and then a padding vertical of 16 to make it a bit bigger. Yeah, it looks better. Let's do padding horizontal as well, 16. So that is more for like the text in here. And then we can set the font size if we wanted to something like 16. I think that's probably a bit bigger than the default. What is the default here? I honestly don't know what the default value is. But anyway, we also have our next button. So this one gets, I actually don't know. Yeah, let's make the color here dark. So let's set the background color to colors.secondary. And then we can style the text here with color colors.white. So then we have a nice effect here. Cool. Same here, bit bigger font size, and also the font weight should go to bold. And for the next button, we're gonna set as well the border radius to 8. We're gonna set the padding vertical, yes, to 16. Come on, there it was. And align items in the center, pretty much like this. Good. We maybe should also put some more love into that text input field. So let's go back to our text input. We haven't given any thought into this. So we're gonna say placeholder is email. We can also say the placeholder text color is something like 999. I don't have anything defined. You want to also usually define the keyboard type, so that should be email address, and you also want to disable auto capitalize. So set auto capitalize to none and auto correct to false as well. Then you have a nice email input field like this one here. Finally, there was a touchable opacity to skip this because the Pocket app actually does not require you to instantly sign in. So I want to place another button here. This one should look a bit different actually. Maybe we can do just a quick inline styling here. Just give it some margin top of 16. And then we're gonna say skip for now. Where's the button? The button isn't visible at all. Maybe just gonna set here the color to colors.primary. And font weight to bold. So then maybe actually gonna use secondary. Okay, and we should probably align this in the center. Maybe it works if we say align self-center. Yeah, that should work. So with this button, I want to skip the login, and I'll just add the Expo router link component for that. And then we can use an href, and that href should bring us to tabs/home. We also need to use asChild because we have a child component here wrapped with a link, and then we could just hit this, and boom, we're inside without actually using the input. Make sure inside of a keyboard provider. Oh yeah, I haven't used that one correctly. Good catch, thanks. We need to wrap our application with the keyboard provider in order to correctly use it. So let's do a root layout here. I like to do it this way because we're gonna have some more stuff in here later. And let's put in the keyboard provider from React Native keyboard controller, and then our layout inside. And then instead of exporting the layout, we're gonna export our root layout. So now, yep, the error is gone. Let's also check. If I bring up the keyboard, it actually works pretty good because it's also not really covering that at all. Let's see if we can do some sort of fake here. Let's see, maybe if I set the divider to 100 and then we try again. Okay, so then we see in that case we would have a problem. Potentially, I don't know if we need to do a reload, but I don't think so. But what you can do on the keyboard avoiding view here is you could now also specify the keyboard vertical offset. So I could say keyboard vertical offset, I don't know, 400. And then when I use this, it should usually actually bring up my view a bit. It's always good when I try to demonstrate and it's not working at all. I'm advertising the keyboard avoiding view and potentially just using it wrong. I mean, overall, it's more made, where is it? Where is my keyboard controller? Overall, it's more made to really use it specifically with your own animations, with the keyboard animations or things going on, so you get direct control. If you don't want that, you can, of course, still just import the keyboard avoiding view from React Native if you feel better about that. Yeah, it kind of works, but also at the same time it doesn't. The simulator is anyway bad. I find that on a device it usually works a bit better. Maybe you can try this on a device as well and let me know in the comments. I will remove the keyboard vertical offset for the moment, and as well make sure that my divider is only using like 30 margin vertical. Okay. Now, the last view is actually pretty boring. This is just a little footer with some text. I will bring in the styling here. So we have a footer element which has some margin top. Then we have our terms text, which is a small text with a gray color, and a link with a primary color, and the decoration set to underline. So it actually looks like a link. Now, with that in place, you can really, that's all you need to create your legal section for your login screen. So what you can do is, let's do this in here, view styles footer, and then text style terms text, and basically say by proceeding, you agree to pockets. And then if you want to have a link, you would just do this to end the line, and then do text style link, and then call it perhaps terms of service. Okay, so then we would have our first link in here. To this link, we could now also attach a simple action. So let's say we had something like, of course, normally you would open the actual web page, but you can also say open link. And this one will then use the web browser dot open browser async, and I will just use galaxies.dev. Check it out if you haven't done so. Web browser from Expo web browser. And now we can use open link on any kind of text here. So on press open link. If I now press this, it takes me straight to Galaxies, or in your case, probably to your terms or disclaimer or whatever you have. And with that, really, you can just make this a bit bigger view. Let's change this So now we had multiple links in there. Actually, can I go back? Yeah, I still can go back. That's, by the way, a little bug. Okay, so we got all of this included. Okay, that's our login screen. We have the basic UI. I hope that was a bit at least interesting for you to construct this and how it comes together. We have the links down here. We can skip for now. You, by the way, just saw that when I skip for now, I can pull to go back. If you don't want to do this, you can specify this when using Expo router, or in our case, we use the link component, and I can just say replace. If you have replace on a link, it will replace your navigation instead. So now there's no going back for me, and I'm simply on the tab bar. And now from any other page, from like settings, we will implement later a functionality to go back. Maybe if I reload, I will also be back. So that's correct now. And now let's implement our sign in with Clerk. Now let's add some authentication to our application. And the easiest way to do this is using Clerk. I use Clerk in all my previous clone videos. It is simply the best and easiest user management platform. You can get started completely for free up until a really reasonable number. If you hit that number, 10K monthly active users, then congratulations, you should make money with your application at that point. It's the same for RevenueCat, which we'll also use later. You can use those things entirely for free up until a certain point. And at that point, you should definitely make money. Let's use Clerk. Here we go. Let's go to the dashboard. I already have an account. Usually you would sign up, use the code below this video, the link below this video. And then let's create a new application. So we could be able to click somewhere here, create application. I'm gonna call this Pocket Clone. Email, Google, Apple, enable all the essential stuff, and hit create application. Now, because Expo is a bit special, we need certainly a bit different setup. So what we need is an env file. First of all, that's actually not so special, but let's do a .env file and paste in our Expo public Clerk publishable key. Then we need to install at Clerk Expo package, and from my experience, what I also had to install usually was Expo Secure Store and Expo Auth Session. Maybe not required anymore, but usually, yeah, it follows up with Expo Secure Store as well here. Expo Auth Session, actually not used. Maybe we don't need Expo Auth Session, I wonder. But I think in the past, no, I think we don't need that one. We just need Expo Secure Store and Clerk. That should be all. That also means I should probably remove Expo Auth Session. Because I previously installed this, and this might cause some problems. So why uninstall? What's the command? It's probably bun delete or something. Okay, we have the environment, we have the package installed. That means at this point we can actually dive again into our application. So let's run it again. It loads our env and uses it correctly. Now we should also wrap Clerk around our application before we do any more configuration in the backend. So let's go to our root layout and let's just put the Clerk provider here around the application. So right here. And to import this, simply add the Clerk provider from the Clerk Expo package. Additionally, you also want to specify how your tokens are cached. And for this token cache, there is actually now a simple implementation that we can just add from the Clerk package. So as far as I know, the token cache comes straight from that package as well. Or maybe not. Maybe it is from, let's see, token cache from, okay, it's a different package. Can I please get this? Thank you. Okay, here we go. From the Clerk Expo token cache package. So there's a sub package that we can actually use. What you might notice if you have watched previous videos is that we actually don't need to supply our key anymore. Clerk is automatically now looking for exactly this named key in your env file. So you don't have to supply it to the provider. that makes it really, really easy right now. Let's check out the configuration. We don't really need all that stuff that's going in on here. Yeah, we can continue to the Expo guide. This is probably the one that we now need, because on our index page, we want to add OAuth to this application. So we will not use email sign in this time. We have used this in the past. Let's do something else this time. So let's create the OAuth. To use OAuth with Clerk, what we need is to bring in, and this redirect can go here, okay. What we need is const start SSO flow from use SSO from the Clerk package. With that in place, we can now do any kind of social login. So in here, we want to try this. Let's add a catch block, catch error. We will just log this out. So really, there are just a couple of lines that we now need. So we call await start SSO flow. And to this one, we need to pass a provider. So we need to pass this as strategy, but if you just do provider, you're gonna get a problem. So first of all, of course, make sure the function is async, but more importantly, I will now say this here as OAuth strategy. And then we can just import the OAuth strategy from Clerk types. We could probably also just bring in exactly the Google Auth provider type here. Can I use a type just like this? I don't think so. I might have to do an enum, I think. And when we call this start SSO flow, it automatically uses the right sign in with Apple, sign in with Google, or whatever. And you wanted to structure this. So from this object, you want to get the created session ID, you want to get the setActive function, and that's actually pretty much everything you need. Because now you can simply check if you have a created session ID, then you want to use the setActive, which is actually a function, so that's not just a property, setActive dot, and then we can set the session to the created session ID. If you wanted to, you could also add a navigate block here. So that could be an additional block here where you have access to the session. And then in there, you do something like using the router. So let's just put in not this one, log, and then say navigate inside. Okay, so we can now use the router at this point to navigate inside. If we don't get the session ID, there could be multiple reasons. In the documentation, it says if there's no created session ID, there are missing requirements such as multi-factor authentication, and then you can use the sign in or sign up, which is also returned from here. So you can also destructure this into sign in or sign up. So if there are any problems returned, you might want to use sign in or sign up to handle the next steps. But we're working on sunshine. We're expecting no problems, clear weather today. And actually, there's one more thing we should configure. So when we are in our application here, so we have no users, we want to configure this and we want to make sure, okay, sign up with email, verify, that's all cool. We want to check under SSO connection. Okay, Apple and Google is added. This is enabled by default in the development client here. If you later go to production, please make sure that you use your own credentials in here. So there's a little guide here that walks you through, like, honestly 10 to 15 steps, because it's not that easy. Actually, you see, you need your Apple ID, get the Apple private key and ID, but you only have to do this once. It probably takes you like half an hour, but then you set it up and it's done for your application. Because we don't really have an application and we just want to get started, we can't really use this anyway, but again, we have the testing instance. What you also want to make sure is that down here you go to, nope, not OAuth applications, but native applications, and make sure that, yeah, enable the native API. You can also, or should also, add your iOS application here using your app. I have no idea what my Apple ID prefix fun is. I've probably supplied this in another application. So you can find this out in your developer account for Apple. So developer.apple.com, head over there, sign in, and then you should be able to see this somewhere. Let me use my fingerprint. Okay, with the team ID, we just need the app ID. That one's usually in my app.json. So this one's called Com Super Simon Pocket App. What a perfect name. Let's add that application and voila. You can then use these redirect URLs. They're sometimes required. For example, if you set up passkeys, then we would need this information. Right now we're not doing this, so we are fine. Okay, besides that, we have enabled the native app, so I think we should actually be fine to sign in our application. That would be pretty cool. Let's give this a try. We have all of that set up. Let's do a little reload. Clerk has been loaded with development keys. Yeah, you shouldn't do this in production. That makes sense. If I hit continue with Google, it wants to use Google for sign in. If I continue with Apple, it wants to use Apple. There is also by now support, as far as I know, for native authentication with Apple. If you do this on a real device, in my case, it actually brought up the native dialog and not this like this web look, because people are not really used to that. So let me sign in now. All right, the development instance wants to use my Apple account. Yes, continue. And we are signed in. We get the log, navigate inside, which is triggered here. So potentially we could have used that information. And now right in here, we see a new sign up in my account. Congratulations, we have a first user who used Apple. Perfect. Now, what you might notice is that we're actually not inside, and we're not using the navigation here to get to the inside area, because I want to show you a different way of handling this. And the way we want to handle this is using the new protected screen feature of Expo Router. So instead of doing any sort of navigation from here, we will move on to our layout file. In here, we will now try to get our current authentication state. So is signed in can be gathered from use auth from the Clerk Expo package. Now we can check if we are signed in. And if we are signed in, I don't want to see this index page. So we're kind of using it in sort of a reverse way. We've, I think, done this in a previous video, or at least I have a video on this protected screen feature. With that, you can say something like stack.protected guard and then say is signed in. And now I could define, for example, the stacks in here. Is signed in. What is your problem? Yeah, maybe is signed in. It could be undefined, so you might have to check this correctly. Now, with this setup, we would only be able to go to tabs when we are signed in. I actually don't want to do this in this example because we have this skip and there's a different logic included. But you can also use this for other things. You can do this, for example, for has the user seen an intro and otherwise pop up the intro. Or in this case, if the user is signed in or if the user is not signed in, that is the only time I want to allow access to the index page. So we've kind of reversed this. If the user is not signed in, the user is allowed to see this page. But if the user is signed in, this becomes false. And so therefore the user is not allowed to go to the index anymore. And instead we would be routed straight to the tabs. Super simple logic, and we don't need any kind of manual router logic in any other file. So let's hit save here, and I assume that we are brought inside because we now have a Clerk session in our application. Great. Let's go to the settings because then we can implement quickly a little sign out button. So let's get is signed in from, oops, I don't want to change files, from use auth like before. And maybe you can also get something like the user using use user. I like these hooks. The names of hooks are cool. We got this. And then on our page, I actually want to have this like our home page where we had this cool scroll view stuff. Yeah, let's bring that into this page as well. Okay, yep, we need the scroll view as well. And then again, we don't need the text here. Maybe we're gonna just say something like your account, and then we're gonna log out user.email addresses at the index 0.email address. So if the user is signed in, yep, we now see the email address here. And for the moment, let's just add a simple button to sign out. Let's make the title sign out, and then we need the sign out here, sign out from use auth, and on press we should be able to sign out. So you see, if the app reloads, we have a session, we're automatically brought to the inside area based on the logic we have set up in the layout. And if we're now signing out, the account here is gone. Oh yeah, and we're of course not brought to the index because there's no like must navigate to that page. We can safely stay on the tabs page. If we had put this into another protected group, like you have this, my tabs is protected and only the onsite area is public, then you had this switch. So if the user signs out, you would be only in the front end area, the login, the sign up area. And if the user is signed in, you would be only in the inside area. Because our case in the Pocket app is more like users can have an account, but they can also use the app. It looks a bit different, but still now if the user would close the application entirely and reload, users should be brought back here. But again, I could actually also go here and maybe we could add a little button here on my index page. So if we're not signed in, then I actually want to have a button to go to like sign up or sign in. And that button, maybe this should be a touchable opacity, We're gonna probably restyle this later anyway. So then we don't have a style here and we don't need this. And the touchable opacity might have text sign up or sign in. Skip for now, and we surround this with the Expo router link component with the href set to our initial page, not index, maybe just slash. And let's see, skip for now, settings, sign up or sign in, and here we go again. Now we still got that one, so let's say replace. Okay, so if we skip this, we can still decide that we might want to sign in at some point. So that's also, we should probably put this one under if the user is signed in, then we would see this. Now it should work entirely, right? No account. I can go to sign up. I can do my continue with Apple again. I can sign in with Apple once again. And once I'm signed in with Apple, I should be able to automatically go to the inside area. There we go. We're inside, we have the email, and we have the sign out button. Perfect. That is a perfect flow for an app with an optional sign up. So we're not forced to sign in to see the inside area. Many applications work like that. Also, a lot of freemium apps don't require you to create an account instantly. And we have Clerk set up. We have our Clerk user available in here. So now we can continue with more functionality. All right, after creating the sign up, the user authentication, and the general navigation, let's focus on a bit more specific functionality of our application. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna implement a little loading animation on this screen. This is what we wanna achieve. So I found this in the Pocket application and I thought that would be interesting to implement. So here we go, we're gonna do this with Reanimated. We're using the latest version of Reanimated, and actually I think we will now switch sides. I don't know why, but I feel better if it's on that side. Let me know in the comments what you think. I vary this sometimes, like putting it left, right. Whenever we work down here, I know that mostly here my head is, but since we're working here, I guess that should be fine. Okay, back to the index page. What we're gonna do is we need 3 shapes. We need 3 triangles on that page. We're also gonna need maybe a loading state. So let's start by saying is loading set is loading use state true. Then we can later have like if it's loading we return that and otherwise no. We also of course need the React Native style sheet here. So let's start with the container styling. I will simply set the flex to 1 and the background color to white. We also need to add style sheet. So here we go. Now we got our scroll view. Let's put in a first view here and I will give this one. Actually, this is already 1 level down, right? We have the scroll view, so let's say style equal styles.content. So this is already the second one. Yeah, cursor tab. Where's this? Where are you coming from? Oh, where is it actually? I can't find my cursor tab. There it is. Let's snooze this for a moment. I love you, but well, we can't have it all the time. So let's close the view and let's say the scroll view actually gets the styles container. So then we have no inline styles, styles.container. Okay, we also need the view up here and we want to set the content, the same stuff. So let's use flex1 and let's also add some horizontal padding horizontal of like 30. Okay. Now we can put in our loading container in this. So let's say view, this is the loading container. And then we have another view, which is for the loading shapes. So in here, we should have 3 animated shapes from Reanimated view. Okay. And like this. So this is the rough idea here. Okay, 3, and outside of that we're gonna have a little text which says loading. Okay, we did have text before, thanks for removing that. All right, so we got this. Of course, the animated views don't have anything yet. Let's say style equal, I don't know, this is going to be an array of styles. So let's first of all say styles.shape. And the shape is a general styling here. So shape will just be width of 40 and height 40. So they all get the same size. Height of 40. Oh yeah, that's not how you pronounce it. That's also not how you do it. I got some problems with words today, right? Anyway, we also had the other views surrounding that stuff. So this one was styles. Let's call it loading container. And for the other one, we're gonna place in loading shapes. So a bit of surrounding views, and the text should also have something like loading text. I think with that in place, we pretty much have everything that we need. So let's put these in. We have loading container, we have loading shapes, and we have loading text. Okay, loading shapes and loading text. Good. All right, so the loading container should simply align our items in the center. So align items center, and then also have some vertical padding. Oh no, can we just, maybe I should give some color to my shapes as well. For the moment, let's give them a background color so we can do a bit of debugging here. Red. Okay, we see all shapes. I haven't added this to all shapes. Yeah, let's do it here and here. Okay, 3 shapes, perfect. The loading container surrounds everything. As I said, we just want some vertical padding in case we have anything else. Maybe we don't even need that right now. For the loading shapes, this is now important. So let's set the flex direction to row. And then we already see our 3 items. We can then set the gap to 20, and then it all starts coming together. We also want to align items in the center. And probably have some margin at the bottom before the text begins, like 20. Okay, here we go. And for the loading text, maybe just gonna make that one a bit bigger. So let's use 18, font weight of 500, and finally color, my own colors. Did we already add the import? Dot text gray. Okay, better. Now we got this. So now we also need the 3 different shapes. Let's style them. So the first one should be a circle. So let's call this one styles.circle. The second one styles.triangle. And the third one styles.square. Okay, if we had AI enabled, I would save so much time typing, because it would just like circle, tap, and create all of this. But okay, we're gonna do it by hand today, just like the cavemen did in the good old days. Circle should have a background color of, I think that was like a red color I used before, something like this. Yeah, sort of a orange-red mix probably. And then also we're gonna set the border radius to 20. All right, that gives us a circle. Now the square should just have a background color because there's nothing else we need to do. Okay, so we have a green square, and the triangle is a bit more challenging. We're gonna do this in a bit fake way actually. So in that case, I will set, by the way, we don't need the background color anymore. Yeah, I will. Yeah, actually that one doesn't even need a shape, I think. No, that was the wrong one. Not the square, the triangle, because the triangle we're gonna do in a fake way. So the triangle will have 0 width, I think it has a 0 width and height by default. But what we're gonna say is we're gonna say border style solid. We're gonna give it a solid border, and we're gonna give it a border bottom color of orange. So something like this. Yeah, put the hashtag in front of it. Okay, now we don't see anything because we haven't said that the border is actually thick. So let's say border left width 20, and we're gonna say the same for right. So border right width should also be 20. Then we also have border bottom width of about 35 because it should be a bit bigger, and then it looks like this already. So basically it's made up of well, borders. I guess there are different ways to do this, but this should be fine. And then we can also say border left color transparent, and you see what's happening. And of course border right color also transparent, and voila, you have a beautiful triangle. That's it. I feel like, yeah, maybe I'll give the loading container still some padding vertical of like 60, especially from the top. Yeah, because we're gonna have some bouncing here. Now, we haven't used any kind of animation yet. That is going to change. Let's introduce 3 shared values. So we call these translate y1. So that's for the first object. Use shared value of 0. By using a shared value, we can basically change these values on the UI thread in the most efficient way and update our UI. So all of these 3 will belong later to our objects. We can then also create animated styling for all 3 objects. So let's call this animated style 1 using the use animated style hook. Use animated style, and within there you have the chance to change the properties of our elements. So I will use transform here because I want to change the y coordinates. So let's use translate y, and for translate y I will use the translate y dot value. I feel like, yeah, this needs to be in brackets as well. Okay, and this is our first animated style. Now we're gonna copy this 3 times, or we're gonna copy it 2 times actually, and make sure you change these so it matches the styling we created, and then we can pass that to our animated views. So this one gets animated style 1, 2, and 3. This by default doesn't change anything. If I would put in something like this here, you would notice that it actually changed the Y value of that one. And this is pretty much what's going to happen now. We're going to change the Y value of these elements. And we'll probably do this. We're going to kick this off with a use effect hook. So that use effect hook will run whenever our isLoading changes. So isLoading. And if we are loading, if isLoading, we will start the transition. So what we're going to do, first we should think about the bounce. Okay, so let's create a bounce sequence, because that is made up of different parts. So we can use with sequence from Reanimated to create that sequence. First one, we want to go up, of course. We don't want to go up instantly. We want to do this with a timing. So we have a certain time duration in there. So we're going to go to the value -34. So that is pretty much going up. We can try this out. If I say -35, it goes up here, okay? Now with timing, I want to go to -35, and I can now set the duration to a specific time. Let's actually set this to like 1000. Okay. I could now simply attach this to my translate y.value and say this should be my bounce sequence. Okay, this was just, let's see, did I set this to 0 back up here? Nope. Okay, you see, it now just goes up once. Of course, that's not what we wanted to do. So what we could do is we could wrap this here in with repeat. So it continues to go on. It uses the bounce sequence, number of reps. I will set this to -1 for like infinite. And do I want to reverse this? No, I just want to do it once. Actually, let's see what happens if I set this to true. No, that's not really working. So it always starts back from here. That's, of course, a bad idea. We're currently only moving it up. So let's add another block to our sequence. Once again, with timing, I will copy this. So we can have multiple animations in here. I will now go back to 0 with timing. And that should actually already look a bit better. Oh yeah, come on. You remove that with a repeat, I guess. Can we do it again? Not too bad, huh? And we can now do this for all 3 animations. So let's do it for the other one, 2 and 3. We're gonna use pretty much the same setup, but if I do it like this, it will look pretty boring. So I will add with delay here. By using with delay, we can use a delay of, let's say, 150 milliseconds and then do the rest of our animation. And we're going to do the same stuff here. But in this case, we're going to do a delay of, let's say, 300. Okay, that's getting better. It's just not as snappy as I want it to be. So let's change the duration to 350 milliseconds. Okay, that is sort of okay. The problem is that this is not really, like, it doesn't feel natural, right? Also, I want to have a little pause at the end. So let's add another with timing here. This time with timing 0. So I want to stay on that value, but I want to stay there for like 800 milliseconds. Okay, that's already better. Now, the last thing to make this more natural is to introduce easing. So with easing, you can change how this behaves. You can check this out in the Reanimated documentation, of course. If you use with timing, where can I find this best? There is somewhere an overview about the different ways. Why is it not loading? Why are you so slow? Is it my internet connection? I don't know. Okay, if not, then not. Well, you had your chance. So if we introduce easing here, we can say easing from Reanimated and then use one of them. So I want to use ease out. So if you had in out, you can imagine a curve like it's flattening the in speed and also the out speed. But we only want to flatten it to when it goes up when it goes out. So in that case, I want to use easing.quad. That's usually looking good. So now we see it's going up. It feels a lot better. And we're going to add this here as well. As a result, we have this a lot more natural easing. We have 350, 350. Actually, this one here is easing in. Yeah, that's how it should feel. It's like the elements have a bit of mass. You can, by the way, also specify the mass. I don't know if you can specify it in here, but there was certainly a way to specify the mass of your objects. So with that in place, we have a pretty nice bounce animation. We could, by the way, also have an else block. So if we wouldn't be loading, we could just say with timing and set this to 0, duration 300. This belongs into curly brackets. Here we go. And make sure we got the right values. Okay, so if it wouldn't be loading, we could do something like this as a fallback. And with that, we have implemented a very simple loading, not spinner, but a loading animation that looks really good. You know, by now you can also use Reanimated CSS animations, so probably we could have used that as well. Here we go. Maybe is there like the graphs somewhere? I haven't seen it. Yeah, here you can usually play around with this, like easing in, out. We've now easing out with quad, so that is how the curve goes. If you have set this to in, it would accelerate to the end. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm far from an expert in that, but even with basic understanding of Reanimated, you can create pretty cool things. So after we have the loading, let's fill the rest of the page with the if it is not loading state. Now we want to do something pretty wild. We want to fetch an RSS feed and display that in our React Native application. So in the end, we will be able to fetch the React Native block or others and display them with like one bigger image up here, and then we have a horizontal scroll area down here where we have the rest of the articles. And in that way, we could have multiple RSS feeds integrated into our application. I think this is going to be quite challenging and quite interesting at the same time. So what we need is an API route, first of all, to fetch all of that. So let's create a folder API. That's not mandatory for API routes in Expo, but I would still recommend it. Then we're going to call this RSS Feed plus API.ts. To enable API routes, we also have to go to the app.json and set our web output to server. So let's change this to server. We might have to change this. Maybe it's already picking this up. Maybe not. Let's do this. Let's do a little refresh here. Okay. So this is our RSS feed. If you haven't used Expo API routes, they're super powerful. They don't live inside the native bundle, but they're still part of your code here. And you can later simply deploy them to EAS hosting if you want to, or other places. It's pretty much like a cloud or edge function. And usually the setup looks like this. You have a function, let's call this one get. It gets a request, and then it returns some sort of data. Let me just, for example, return something. So let's return response.json hello world. Okay, not too crazy, but I wanted to show you how easy we're now able to call this. So let's do, how do I do a new request, new HTTP request? So I'm using a HTTP request tool called YAAK, Y-A-A-K. I don't know why, but this is like one of the easiest ways I've found in the past to use this. Because Postman, for me, it was just too much. I just want like API testing, okay? So this one, the endpoint was called RSS Feed. So let's see, RSS-feed. And if I make a GET request, I get back my value. Can I zoom in? That would be even better. Well, anyway, here we see localhost 8081 up API/RSS feed returns my result. I always like to do this just to test, like, is the setup fine? Is the API route running? Okay, so now we want to parse our HTML, and for that we need a parser. So let's install this. Bun install fast XML parser. That's the package we're gonna use. Here it is. Fast XML parser. It's like I tried different ones, but there were problems with like the node environment of an API route, and this one is the only one that didn't have any dependencies that make it break. So let's run the application again. I'll put this down. And in fact, you should now go to the GitHub repository and grab that RSS Feed app, because it's like 200 lines of code, and a lot of that is just extracting data from an endpoint. I will put this in here so we can go through it together. So what's happening here? We have some interfaces at the top, and honestly, ChatGPT and Cloud Code helped me a lot in writing that file. So this is really where these AI tools shine. You know exactly, like the task is defined. Fetch that RSS feed and give me back specific data. So this is looking for a feed URL that is passed to this endpoint. We have some default feeds here included, but you could also pass a URL. By the way, the Expo feed is actually not working correctly anymore. From what I noticed, this is like the old Expo block. So here we see Expo SDK 51. However, the React Native block does work, but there's an open issue for the Expo block to create an RSS feed. So then we get this RSS URL either using the specified feed URL that was passed to the Edge function or one of our predefined keys here. We then have a simple logic with an abort controller and a signal to make a fetch request to that endpoint. And then we convert that response to text. We have some error handling in case, that's cool. And then the whole fun of parsing that RSS XML starts with the XML parser. Honestly, again, if I didn't have access to AI, it probably wouldn't have wrote all this stuff, but it's so cool that you can get this like in probably 10 seconds, and it worked absolutely flawless. So you see a lot of extracting data, extracting images, publish date, and in the end, we have an item returned. And finally, we have our full response, just like we had before, a JSON object with a feed title, the feed URL, the parsed items, and the last updated. So let's see if that actually works. So we want to make a GET request, and I will pass in React Native. So using one of the predefined endpoints. Feed URL is required. Oh yeah, I should probably set this. How did we check that? Default feeds. Feed URL, yeah. Question mark feed URL equals React Native. Wasn't that how I did it before? Parse URL articles. What is this? Feed API RSS feed. Oh, it's just URL. Okay. URL equals React Native. Yep, perfect. So this is the reply from our API endpoint. I extracted the data. The last one is a blog post about React Native 081. Yeah, that's right. That's the latest stuff. This here seems to be a base 64 encoded image. Yeah, we have some images here. I think that endpoint returns reliable data. So based on that data, we should be able to create our feed. Let's do a new component for that one, actually. So let's do a new file at components, so that will create that folder, and I will call this articles feed.tsx. I feel like I made a mistake here. Articles-feed.tsx. Okay. Articles feed. So the articles feed does come with some props. Let's define a little interface here. Could look like this. So making all of this optional, so you can do what you want later on. Maximum items, the feed source, our two predefined ones, and a title for that feed. And then we of course want access to that. So let's set max items to 10. Let's set the feed source by default to React Native, and the title to, I don't know, React Native articles. Yeah, doesn't sound too bad. Okay, let's see, put this to the side, and in our home page, we'll have a little problem with like the whole big header stuff and making use of that correctly. We would also need like a callback from the articles feed. I'm gonna now simply turn this off. It was fun to build that animation, but let's set this to false now. And then we're gonna say here, if is loading, we could return this whole fun. And otherwise, we're gonna return something else. And in the other case, we will simply return my articles feed. So we're gonna return the articles feed, and I will not pass anything to that page. So now we should have it actually. We could define the things here like maximum items 15, and saying the title is equal to React Native articles, and we could also set the feed source to React Native if we wanted to. Okay, good. With that in place, let's see, why am I not seeing anything here in the articles feed yet? So now the articles feed actually would need sort of a list, right? Maybe we're gonna start with that. We're just gonna use a flat list here for the moment. That should serve us well. Let's set the data to nothing. Well, that could potentially be a problem. Let me do this differently. I want to try this actually. If I can see my page here, flex 1, and then title. Why am I not seeing this? We have the articles feed. We have is loading with a scroll view. Is our app actually up and running? I don't know. Yeah, home is coming up. But we don't see anything here. Let's, the good old hack, just set the background color. Okay, yeah, at least it is displayed. The title is just not showing in here, which is strange. Okay, yeah, good. It works. I don't know exactly what we made wrong, but we have that feed, that component included correctly. So with that component included, let's just do all the fun in here. Let's do a function fetch fresh articles, and let's, how can I disable this once again? Snooze for 30 minutes, zoom back in. Okay, fetch fresh articles. This is going to be, of course, an async function to fetch our new articles. We can also have something like a is refreshing state, is refreshing, because maybe set is refreshing. Maybe we're gonna have like a pull to refresh. Use state false. Okay. I didn't want to break this up here. That was not my intention. So if we have that, we can have our use effect hook that's triggered once in the beginning. Okay, so let's say empty dependencies array, and then fetch fresh articles when this starts. What is wrong with my keyboard today? It's definitely not me typing wrong, it's definitely my keyboard. Okay, in fetch fresh articles, we will make use of our API endpoint. So let's put this into a little try catch block, just in case anything goes wrong. And let's begin. So first of all, we're going to try and grab a response from our API. So we can just use the default fetch for this. And because we're using Expo API routes, the origin is usually set correctly for us. So I can just do API/RSS feed, and then URL equals to something, my feed source that was passed to this page. This should make a fetch request and get us the result if we convert it. So let's say await response.json. All right, I should be able to log this out here on that page. And we see, if I press J to bring up the React Native debugging tools, we have a nice object here with data, 20 images. Oh yeah, we haven't actually passed like the maximum items. Oh, I'm gonna just, I'll do this locally. And we have all the information that we need. You see, We got the category description, like the API route is returning exactly what we need. So let's see, we could comment this out. If our result has success, then we can set the data to our local state. So we should probably have like articles here. Const articles set articles, and this is use state, but we now want probably a type for this, like an RSS article. Maybe we're going to do that later, because I also wanted to add some SQLite and storing later. So for the moment, let's just set it like this. So if the result is a success, I will call set articles with result dot items. All right, that should work. So now I have all the items, and maybe I need another function. So let's call this one handle save article. You know, there's this little button. It's going to be an async function. Okay, just in case we need that. Good. So now we can also actually do an early return if we're loading. Do we actually add a loading state? No. Let's do this. Is loading, and set is loading. And then we could do it in here for the moment. So is set is loading true. Set is loading true. And then do finally, and in that case we do, actually finally doesn't need that, right? That was my mistake. There are better ways, of course. We've used 10 stack in the past, so maybe you want to do that as well. I didn't want to make it more complicated than it has to. So if it is loading, or my article's length is equal to 0, in that case I will return a little block that's just like text loading articles. Can we make this permanent? Let's say is loading true. Maybe you got mad with me. Can I read property length of undefined? Articles certainly shouldn't be undefined. Oh, it might be result dot like data. Result dot data dot items. Yeah. Okay, better. So now we have our use state. Loading is true. If it is loading, where's my loading articles here, friends? Why is this not saved? Loading. I definitely see the loading log. Oh yeah, and then we said loading to false, huh? Nice troll, Simon. Nice troll. Okay, let's give this some styling. So style equals styles.loading container. Oh, I don't even have styles yet, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's add that. React Native style sheet. And then we have the loading container. We probably also have like a general container again with flex1 and what we had before. The background color set to white. Oh yeah, we also need this one. No auto import for Simon here. So loading container, come with me. You go here, and background, you go to colors.white. Okay, better. Now the loading container can be set to, let's say, padding 20 and align items center. I think we don't even have a surrounding view here. So that could make it certainly a problem. Where's my loading container and where's my loading text? Why is nothing is my friend today here? Loading text. Okay, I understand. We don't have that yet. So let's say colors.text gray. And you should pop up somewhere because we're not loading. Where is my loading container? Where's my loading container? Honestly, we're in the loading state and this isn't displayed at all. Are you kidding me? What is this? Second time I have to use my poor man's debugging skills. Return. If it's loading, we're gonna return my view. I wonder what's going on here. I definitely know that I also wanted to have an activity indicator, but that's certainly not the problem here. The problem is that this is not returning. It's loading. Oh, I said load, no. Where is the stuff in this page? Where's my content? I don't see anything here. That's weird. Maybe we should really put a container around this. But I don't know, styles.container. It's funny how we work with like AI and complicated stuff and agents, and then you're not able to display like the easiest stuff on the page. What am I doing wrong here? I return my container. It has flex 1. It has a green background color. It's just not displaying my activity indicator or my loading container at all. I really don't know. Where's my loading container? Where are you, friend? The missing case of the loading container. There's no scroll, there's no loading. There's nothing in here. I am absolutely shocked. I have no idea what's going on and I can't find my loading container. Maybe this is the problem? But we have set that loading off here. So maybe this page isn't happy about, yeah, maybe we have some padding top issue. Let's see if this one has like margin top set to 80. Yeah, oh no, you show up. Okay, so we have a problem with the big header. And if we're not correctly using this, yeah, then we have a problem. Okay, I understand. That makes sense. I still don't like it, but it makes sense now. Okay. So we are now loading the articles. We just don't have like the scroll stuff in here, but that's not the biggest issue. So let's remove this and that. And then we have at least that included. Okay, let's now focus back here, because this is even more important. We now want to render the data, and we actually do have data. So let's add the flat list from React Native. For the data, I will use my articles. For the styling, I will use styles.container. And we of course have like a render item function. I don't know. Maybe I should lock this out again. I don't know exactly. Let's put this to false in the default state. Okay. How does that object look again? We will later set up an interface, but for the moment, yeah, the title of that object should be fine. Okay, that is the ID, but this is item dot. How can you say this is red? Yeah, here we go. It works. It definitely works. If we can get it to this state, I'm confident that we can get it to any other state. So let's add a few more things before we do the rest. I want to set the content container style here to flex 1, so we take up all the space. I also now want to set the content inset adjustment behavior again, because then automatic. Oh my, I totally broke that one, huh? Okay, coming up again, and voila, the big header is now working fine again. Cool. We can have an on refresh as well. So on refresh, I want to call handle refresh. Do we have a function like that? We don't have one yet. Let's just add it here. So const handle refresh. That's gonna do something in the end. And we also need a value for refreshing then, but I think we do have one. Refreshing. Okay. Don't we have that one? Is refreshing, of course. Yes. Okay, so now we could have that refresh control. I actually don't want to trigger it yet. But that should be everything. I also want to disable shows vertical scroll indicator. I usually don't want that one. Okay, now there's no more. Okay. Additionally, I want a render item function now. So render item. This one gets access to the item and the index. And we will have some types for this later. So the item for the moment, let's call it any. We could probably use a little hack for the moment. So if I grab one of the items here, that's not JSON, right? Oh, we could use this one here. So I could use this one here, copy it, and then somewhere up here, do JSON to TS from clipboard. Selected string is not a valid JSON. Okay, if I put this around it, would that be valid JSON? Haha, nice. Let's call this article for the moment. Let's call it RSS article. RSS article. And we can, by the way, also use this here and say this is going to be an array of RSS articles. And then we're gonna say the item is an RSS article and the index is of course a number. Good. So with that in place, it becomes a bit easier. Now, there was something, we had this one bigger image at the top and then the rest was in a horizontal scroll view. So we need a little trick for that. I came up with this one. So if the index is 0 here, we're gonna render something slightly different. Actually, this is kind of like a bit of a misuse of flat list, but I hope I'm getting away with this. Let me know in the comments. This is probably not the best way. I think we should maybe, if we want to have it like this, split it up, like split the articles that we have, use one as hero, display the hero article, and then have a horizontal scrollable flat list with all the articles below. I'm now doing the hacky way of this, which is rendering a header. Render header. And I know you can also have a header in the, yeah, maybe that would work better. Maybe we can find a solution together that actually works a bit better. So let's say this one returns a little view. I'm gonna need some styling here, like styles.header, or let's call it section header. And then we have the text element with the title. And this one, of course, has some styling as well. Styles.section title. Okay, let's see. I just noticed that maybe if we just skip this, so if we say if index is greater than 0, we would render my article here. So we would have like a card, whatever that might be in a second. So that would be item.title for the moment. So now we would not render the first one if index is greater than 0. So we have our render item function here. If index is greater than 0, we render this text. Otherwise, we would render my header. Now I don't see anything. I'm not sure why. Maybe we should return this actually. Return this one. Hello? Where's my flat list? Where did my flat list just go? Oh, I think I might have, yeah, here we go. Okay, now we have 0.80 at the top. That means we have skipped the header, and we could probably just implement header, what's it called? A list header component. The list header component would simply call my render header, and in render header, I would simply use articles at the index 0.title. And now we have it again, but with the section header defined. So I actually found a better way. I wanted to make this really hacky. Now it's just slightly hacky and maybe even okay-ish. So for the section header, I can now give this a bit more, let's say padding horizontal of 20, padding vertical of 16, and padding bottom specifically just 8. So now it is already a bit more separated, as you can see. And I can... this is going to be interesting. So now we kind of have this. I'm messing up everything I had prepared before. So maybe we will later go back to my initial thought. Now it becomes really challenging. If we have horizontal set to true, renders item next to each other horizontally. I mean, it kind of works a bit, but at the same time, I also have some problems with that. So I don't know if this is going to work correctly as I had envisioned it. Let's give the section title also specific styling here. So for the section title, I will set the font size to 18, the font weight to 600, and the color to my colors. Did we already add the import? No, guess not. To text dark. Okay, so we would have that big one up here, but the horizontal scroll in that container isn't really working great. So I wonder if this is really the best way to do it. I think we can also have like paging enabled, true, but that also doesn't really make it any better. Maybe with the big title up here, it is really not the smartest idea to do it like this. So let's for the moment stick to how I had planned this. If the index is equal to 0, we're just going to use all the items. Again, this is probably the most hacky way of doing things. So in here we would have render header. That would render our header as a certainly bigger card. And then we would have all the other elements on that page. So we could now have like a separator view, style equals styles.separator, and follow that up with if articles.length is greater than 0, we would render a little scroll view. And I know you're saying like, oh, this is so forbidden, but honestly, it just works. Sometimes you can also do things that just work. I'm not saying this is the best solution. Again, play around with this a bit more. But in this case, we're just gonna slice out the first element. And I already said before how you could optimize this by just using the one down there. Okay, here we go. This is going through all my articles. For the moment, let's just say text article.title. And then let's see if we have some separator styling. Let's just give this a hate, like hate. What? Hermes internal? Interesting. What was that for an import? Okay, so we have that one bigger one up here, and then we have the rest below it. Each child in a list should have a unique key. Yes, I'm aware of that, and they will have some keys. Because what we ultimately now need to do is we actually also need an article card. We could do this in a new component, or I feel like it kind of belongs in here as well. So maybe we can do it in here as well. Const article card, and that one should have some article card props. Let's do an interface for that. Article card props. And that one has, of course, the actual RSS article. It has like an on save because we have that button to save it, and that is with an RSS article. This is something we can later implement. And finally, we might want to pass in a variant here. It could be optional and it could be featured. So then we have the bigger card at the top, or we have compact, which is in the smaller list at the bottom. This is what I wanted. So now we get article, on save, and variant, which is by default compact, from my article card props. Why are you not using that? Variant. You're happy about this? Implicitly has type any. Yeah, whatever. Let's see if we return something here. We're just gonna make like a view, oops, and a text, and then we should be able to see if our logic works. Again, let's use article.text title, and then we have return. What was the problem here? My article card has article on save variant from the article card props. Variable implicitly has any type. I think this is how we should do it. Okay, so the article card can be used now instead of this stuff here. So we're just gonna go through it. What is this? Just use my article card. Key should be passed to it as well. That should be whatever. Whatever is the key here. Probably the index. And then we can do this real quickly. Key number is missing. Yeah, this is the article. And then we have everything in place. Okay. That's a good starting point. Yeah, on save is not defined, but we can do this now. So now let's fix these issues. We do have that one actually available. So that should be handle save article and cursor, yeah, be gone again. And we might actually want to wrap this here. So we have the view, the key on a view, and then introduce some styling later. So let's put a view around this. And this could get like styles dot, let's call this compact card wrapper. Yeah, here we go. Because that one should have some additional margin and stuff. We're gonna probably implement that later. Why do I always have the comma here? What is that? I just copied that over. So strange, so absolutely strange. Okay, so we do have my article card. This should be the compact variant. And we can now also say that for our render header, we actually below the header, we want to also have a little article card, but this one should be featured. And the article should be the item, because this is actually, we're at index 0, so we can simply pass the item to that article card. Good. That means for the section title, I can now instead use a different title. I think we're passing a title to the component, right? Yeah, React Native articles. That seems good. So now we can fully focus on our article card. We do have two variants. Maybe we're gonna do in like an if else here. So if the variant is equal to featured, we have this bigger card at the top, and otherwise we're gonna return our default view down here. All of these cards should be clickable, so let's add a handle press event here, and we can then call. And this should actually check if the article has a URL. We're gonna call the linking package from React Native and open URL with article.url. So that should just open the article like in a regular web browser in that browser. We also might want to check if the card has an image. So if the article.image, I think it was also sometimes an image URL. Huh, interesting. This one only has an image. Yeah, let's see. I mean, in theory, how did our preview look like? Like this, right? So there we had an image as well. However, if I look at the first item, there's not really an image. Let's say article image and article image dot length greater than 0. That should be fine. Okay, so now we can check if the card has an image. For our featured variant, let's return our object. So we're going to wrap all of this in a touchable opacity, and on press we're going to call our handle press event, and we will also set the style of this one to styles.featuredCard. So this will be our bigger card. If it has an image, we will also first things at the top render the image using the React Native image component. You could also use the Expo image, but doesn't matter too much at this point right now. And we will set the URI to article.image. So in the future, maybe we're gonna rename that to image URL. I don't know. For the moment, let's try it like this. And let's attach some style here as well. Styles.featured image. Okay, this is our starting point. Let's hit save and let's see. Let's do a featured card and featured image styling. So we have the featured card, and again, I just pasted. I must hit something wrong. I don't know. Featured card image. So for the featured card, where is my featured card? Here we go. I want to have a little box shadow actually. And you know, since React Native, oh, I forgot the word, we can have a box shadow. We can also still set the elevation for Android, and I want to set my background color here as well, making sure that we're using colors dot white. Okay. Why am I not seeing my featured card at all? I wonder. If index equals 0, I render my header and I render an article card. And the article card should be logging out that stuff. I'm getting a featured log, yeah. It's just that. Can we set that once again to? Oh, we might have the problem with the list again, right? So our flat list and our content container style, I mean, that's set to 0. That's fine. Let's see if we have like the section header. If I give the section header. No, we're fine. I mean, we see already the section header. We just don't see my featured card, right? That is the problem here. Maybe because we don't really have an image in that card. That could be a problem. And therefore, the card, the touchable opacity has like a 0 height. That could certainly be the case. So let's go to featured image, which we actually wrote wrong in here. And my featured image should use the full available width. And for the height, let's do 200. Ah, now it's getting better. Okay, now we can also set background color here in case there's no image. So let's just set this to something like this. Okay, here we go. Not too bad. Now for my card, I want to give this some margin horizontal of about 20 and also a border radius of about 12. So that should look a bit better. However, it doesn't really look like a card. I want to set the overflow to hidden here on the card because we're going to have something else as well. Actually, we might have a shadow there. Yeah, we do have a shadow. It's just very gentle. So if we set this to 0.1, the shadow is really, really tiny. but it is there, and on a real device that's usually enough for a shadow. For the rest of that featured card, let's continue. So we do have after the image some sort of content. So let's call this one styles featured content. Okay, and then we do have a text, which is the article.title. Okay, we're getting there slowly, but we're getting there. Let's make sure that if the text is too long, we're cutting this off. So let's set the number of lines to 2. Additionally, just like here, we will set some style for the featured title. And then we can do that as well. So let's just do this one by one and not do like 100 styles and then we have to implement all of them. So featured content should just have some padding of 16 in general. And then we had the featured title, just making sure that we make that one a bit bigger. So a font size of 20, font weight of 700. What else? Probably the dark color, colors.text dark. That already looks better. Let's also set the line height to like 26. Then it looks a bit better. And then some margin bottom of 8. And now we can see our top primary card here really come to life. Additionally, we want to have a second row in that card. And that one is going to be probably the same for both the compact and the bigger card. What we want in there is some actions. So let's call this view styles.card actions. In there, we want to simply have a button, but you could also potentially have more. So in my case, or in our case, we want to have like this information to the left, and to the right we want to have that little button. But that shouldn't be a problem. So let's try this out. So first we had on the left hand side, there was like the metadata. So let's call this featured metadata. And in there we have a text with the article source. And then we also can display something like article.estimated read time. Okay, so React Native block 1, not too bad. I also used like a high dot between them. So now we just need to make sure that this card actions and featured meta becomes flex row. So here we go. Card actions, flex the direction row. And I want to pull the items. Sorry, why are you not putting that into a row? Align items center. What went wrong? Oh yeah, good point. Featured meta and card actions are different, right? Yeah, so we need featured meta as well. Set to the same stuff here. Okay, now that's better. So that is the featured meta, but for the card actions, we also want to set justify content to space between. So if we then have two items, one will be pulled to the left and the other one will be pulled to the right hand side. So let's go back to our card actions. Maybe we should also give this some styling because this really looks ugly. So let's call this meta text. Meta text, and we can then just copy that over for the second one and jump back to our styling down here and say, hey, my meta text is just using a smaller font size, like 12. I feel like we are missing some padding here, but maybe, yeah, I don't know, honestly. Colors.text gray. It's not too bad, but it's also not really aligned. I feel like something is wrong here. We have the card actions, flex direction row, align item center. That is fine. Maybe if we had, yeah, if we later add now the button as the second object in there, I'm pretty sure that we should be able to see that the row expands and then everything will be centered. So that makes sense. So let's add a touchable opacity here. Probably this one, right? Style will be styles.save button. This will be the button with the image. So let's place the image right inside, and then we should probably be able to get the correct size here. For the source, we can actually require our local file. So let's require, where is it placed? assets/images/icon.png. I think that's the one. Oh yeah, probably a bit too big, just a tiny bit. Let's my style here. Oh, did I miss something? No, I'm actually fine. Okay, let's just set it to 24 and 24 in here. Okay, so we got a little tiny icon there, and then we can make the save button a bit bigger, of course. Additionally, I also want to have the text, again, styles save text, and this is just save. And so if we have save, we need to align this correctly once again. We probably should put everything into featured content, I think. I think that makes more sense. Then we should get the padding correct. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, we have my save button. On press of this button, we actually need to perform a little action. So what we want to do here, we actually have the event, and we want to make sure that when we press this save, we're not triggering this whole button action, which by the way already works. This opens the browser, nice. Yeah, we have had the linking, right. So we want to call e.stopPropagation in here, and then we can do whatever we want. So in that case, I want to call the onSave with the article of this featured card. That's it. So now we only have the save button and the save text left. At least I think so. Save button, and then we had save text. Okay, so for the save button, again, flex direction row, and again, AI would be very helpful in this case, align items, center. So now it already looks pretty good, but I want to set the background color to a slightly different one, because then it'll give this nice effect. So let's use F8, and we have just a tiny little gray background on that save button. Some padding horizontal, about 12, padding vertical, just half of it, 6, and then also finally making it radius rounded, and we have a rounded save button there that we can press. Perfect. Just a save text, margin left 4, font size 12, colors. We can use our text gray again, text gray, and finally a bit bigger font weight of about 500. So that is our featured card. I can click the entire featured card, or I can click the save button and it's not triggering the effect of the entire card. That was exactly how I envisioned this. Now we just need to do the same fun for our other card. Let's use this return statement here and just bring it in. But now we of course don't want to have the same stuff. So now this will be the compact card. It will still be a touchable opacity, and we'll still probably have images. So now it will look like this. Actually, did we put this in a horizontal scroll view yet? I feel, oh yeah, we did, but that scroll view is not set to horizontal yet. We missed a key part here. So this stuff here should be horizontal scrollable. And we of course want to say shows horizontal scroll indicator false. And we also want to have some styling here. So the default style should be, let's say just some horizontal padding. Like 24, then it is aligned with the other card. Okay, not margin but padding. that looks good. And then we also want to set the content container styling. And for the content container styling, I just want to add some padding to the end. Let's say padding right of like 20. So, okay, that should be fine. So now we have our horizontal scroll, and we need to take care of the compact card. For the compact card actions, so the card actions, I think they might actually be mostly the same. We can see later. Maybe the save button should be a bit smaller already. Let's change that to like 2020 or so. And we definitely need to tweak the image. So additionally, if we look at this, we're gonna notice that there's actually a row here with text and then image. So we have a slightly different setup that we need to account for. So let's do this. Let's call this view style equals styles.compact card. Okay, and in the compact card, we can then have first the title. So style compact, let's call it compact top row. And in that top row, we have the styles.compact title container with the actual title included. Okay, so here's the text article per dot title. And after the compact title container is closed, we have the image. So still in the compact top row. We can then probably remove the view and the text here. And that should already give us a glimpse into what this becomes. Okay, we of course have to implement a couple of these things simply because, wait, this should be compact card content. Simply because we have not set the flex direction and the image size is also wrong because that is of course the compact image here. So let's see if we can get this implemented. Okay, we had the whole compact card. We had the compact card content. We had the compact top row. And we had the compact top, compact title container. How can I confuse myself so hard? Okay, and then we also had the image, which was the compact image. Maybe we start with the compact image because that will give us some specific width and height and make the view immediately look a lot better. So let's set this to 60 and 40. And then we should, yeah, we see a little one. Okay, yeah, I can see how this is a problem. The compact top row needs the flex direction row. Otherwise, everything else will look shitty. So flex direction row, align items, actually flex start. So you can have it like this. And then, why is my image not displayed? Compact image, where are you? Oh, you're probably next to that card. Okay. I'm so sorry. Margin bottom of 8. Okay. My compact card needs this pretty much the same styling like the other card, like the featured card. So it should have a white background. We want to have the box shadow. I want to have a little bit of elevation here. I want to have the border radius 12, but margin horizontal, I don't think we need that one. So now we do have the same stuff. Again, for my, we should probably limit how long the title can be, because we notice that there is a problem definitely here with the title. How can we make the title shorter? Let's say for the compact title container, we're going to use flex 1 and margin right. I mean, we could also just have a gap of 8 or 12 instead of using margin right. That would basically be the same. Still, that title should not take up the full width here. So the content, as always, needs some padding. I think we used like 12 before, but still, I still don't like that. I don't like that. Why? Let's give the image also the right border radius. Maybe where's the compact title? Compact title. Did we actually have a class for that? Compact title. No, we didn't. Let's do this. Styles dot. Come on. Styles dot compact title. And that one as well should have number of lines, a maximum of 2. It's not making it any better yet. Let's see if we can change that. So compact title, you should use a smaller font size, definitely. So something like 14. It should also have a line height of 20. Why is this so big? It should split the space evenly. We're gonna have to debug this. Flex direction row on the compact top row, flex start. I honestly don't know why that is the case. That is really strange. So we're giving the title container a lot of space here. We're giving the font weight of like 600 and the dark color. So colors.text dark. And it's still pushing the image so much to the right. Maybe the problem is the scroll view. Let's check this out. So we have our compact card, the compact card, and then we had the compact card content, we had the top row, we have the title container and the image, and then we had some card actions. Maybe if I comment out the card actions for a moment. Yeah, that won't really change anything. They are not really the problem. Also, the image, yeah, is not the problem. I think it's really about how we use the compact card. If the variant is featured, we have that one, and that one. So let's check out the scroll view and how we use that. Okay, so we had padding horizontal set as the style here, and we did have the compact card wrapper. Did we ever implement the compact card wrapper? I found ya. This is the problem. So this one should be set to a width of like 280. Yeah. And then it makes a lot more sense because then we limit how big that card can get. Also, let's set some margin right of 16 and then margin vertical of 4. And then this looks a lot more like the cards I had envisioned. Yep. Now we can also bring back in what we commented out before. This is not perfect now. So we might have to change this to let's change this to compact bottom row. And maybe, actually it kind of looks the same, right? What was it called before? Card actions. I think we can actually keep this. I think we can just keep this like it is. The only problem I notice is that we are missing the padding here. Maybe that's the same issue we had before. So we need to bring the card actions back under the umbrella of the compact card content. Yeah, so much better. And again, we can click this to open the web browser, and we can click save to trigger the on save. We have horizontal scroll, we have our iOS title, and we have a featured card. Yeah, now I'm finally happy. So let me know in the comments if this was too much writing of styles in here, because I know we wrote a lot of styles, but I really wanted to see or show you how this view came together and how I implemented this, because it's sometimes challenging. And again, this is probably not the perfect setup. We're not really making use of flat list in the way we should. So I would rather like render the first one here as a separate view, and then have the bottom view as like a flash list, flat list, legend list, whatever you prefer, with horizontal scroll. So then we would actually make use of that. But We could now actually in our index have multiple of these article feeds. So as a feed source, you could now just plug in any kind of RSS feed and it should work. I don't know if Galaxies actually has like an RSS feed. I think it should, but I honestly don't know because we rarely use that stuff, right? So what is another, like, we could also change this to Expo. It's just like the old Expo block. So let's change the feed source. And then we see Expo SDK 51 and entirely different articles. And that would now go to the blog.expo.dev, which was previously on Medium. So this is not the up-to-date version of the blog. But you see, we could just exchange this and then have it in here. Okay, so right now we're pulling in all the information all the time in the articles feed, which works okay-ish at the moment. But in the future, we of course want to save items, we want to add items to our Pocket, and that means we need to save data. And we can also reuse that saving logic if we want to for our articles feed. And for that, we now want to add SQLite to our data application. To store data in our Pocket application, we will essentially use SQLite. But in order to make this a bit more convenient and feel better, we're going to use an ORM, and I really like to use Drizzle for that. Drizzle has great implementation with Expo, with SQLite, so we can follow these documents, or you can just hear me out and watch what we do. First of all, we need to install a few things. We of course need the Expo SQLite package, and we also need Expo Crypto to generate some UUIDs. In my test, they are like never auto-generated, and therefore I had to use this. Then we also need Drizzle Kit as a development dependency, because based on a schema, we will generate SQL migrations file. And then we also need Drizzle ORM, the Babel plugin inline import. And finally, this is optional, but I really encourage you to use this, the Expo Drizzle Studio plugin for debugging. I already ran all of these things. And I think additionally, we might have to touch our Babel config. Do we already have a Babel config? No. So let's do this. We can do this with Bunix Expo customize Babel config. And here in the Babel config, I think they also describe this somewhere here. Yeah, that you need to apply this change. So we have a plugin, and we are now able to load SQL files. Do we also need a Metro config? Yeah, probably. So let's do this for Metro as well. Customize Metro config, bring up our Metro config. And what we want to do in here is we want to push the SQL extension. Yep, this is also explained exactly here. Now we need a Drizzle config. So let's copy this over and create at the root of the project a new drizzle.config.ts with the following content. This should be everything that we need. So it points to a specific schema. It points to an output folder. We're using the SQLite dialect and the Expo driver. Okay, that means we need a folder db-schema.ts, and that basically describes our database schema. In here, we can now create our tables, or basically define the tables. So we can use export cons, let's call the first one saved items, and that's going to be a SQLite table. Name will be saved items, and yeah, that is nice. We don't really need that. And didn't I just sell cursor to snooze for 50 minutes? So we're importing the SQLite table from Drizzle ORM SQLite core, and we can now define all the different fields here. So text, the ID could be a text, a default ID, and this is going to be the primary key. You can import all these things here, text. You can also import like integer or whatever you want. So we can now go through this, but I recommend you check this out in the repository because we don't want to type all these lines. So this is just what I came up with for saved items. They might have a related user ID, they have a URL, title, excerpt, image URL, yada, 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 yada. A lot of information in there. Additionally, Since we're parsing an RSS feed, I thought it might make sense to also save some of those items. So I created another table called RSS articles with some information about these articles as well. Now, finally, to make use of these types in a useful way, you can export these types. So I can export the saved item type and then use type of saved items.infer select. And we can do the same now for my RSS article. So let's call this one RSS article. And you notice we might have a little clash here with our other file, but that shouldn't be a big problem. And you can actually also get a type for like saving this. So you could use this for insert saved item and then use the infer insert instead. Okay, if you wanted to. I don't know if we actually will make use of that, but this is our basic schema for our application. You could also now do relations between different tables. The documentation for Drizzle is really great, and I've really enjoyed using this in most of my other apps as well, because it just makes working with SQLite a tiny bit better. Now, we need to put this into action in our application. So let's first head over to our topmost layout file. In there, we want to surround our app. Where do we want to do this? We already have the keyboard provider. Maybe we're going to do it here. And I will actually use suspense. So we can use this React feature with a fallback. And I will just set the fallback while the database or anything is loading to the activity indicator from React Native. And then we can use in suspense the SQLite provider. SQLite provider. Oh, tabs, hello. SQLite provider. It's still not getting better. I still don't get the what I want to see. And in the SQLite provider, we of course have the layout. Why are we not getting the SQLite provider? I have no idea, but we can bring this in simply from Expo SQLite. Okay, here we go. We have the SQLite provider. I want to make sure that we correctly use suspense. Did I type something wrong here? Yeah, probably provider. Okay, use suspense. Right, so then it will use the surrounding suspense. We can set the database name. I will actually do a little const up here because we might do it a couple of times and I don't want to introduce a typo. So let's call the database name pocket and then we can pass it in here, database name. And finally, you can also have some options like setting enable change listener to true. Then you could actually have real-time queries in your application. Okay, as I said, I also want to debug this, and therefore in my layout, I can now say const db equals open database sync with the database name, this one, and then pass this to the use Drizzle Studio hook. So I don't know why the import here is not working, but we can bring this in from the Expo Drizzle Studio plugin and simply pass our database instance. Don't mind that this is wrong. This is currently working on like a next version of SQLite, so they might have to change this, but trust me, it actually still works. So now we would have access to SQLite in our application, but we haven't applied our migration files. So let's now also bring in Drizzle from Expo SQLite, as well as the use migrations hook from Drizzle ORM. And with that hook, let's apply this now straight here in the root layout. I can do the same again. So I will grab my Expo database using open database sync. Okay, we're going to use the database name again. Then I will create a Drizzle instance of this. And this is how we usually would use this from other places in our application as well. Or we could use a hook to access that, but the hook wouldn't be available here since we just created the seq or added the provider here. And with that, we can now say const success error equals use migrations. And now we have to point this to the database and to our migrations file. Now, if you've been watching carefully, you might have noticed that we actually didn't create any kind of migration file yet. That is absolutely true. In order to do that, we still need to run one drizzle command, and we can do this with bunix drizzle kit. So that is the helping tool, generate. I highly recommend you put this actually in your package.json, because you might have to run this a couple of times. So you can do like, I don't know, generate db, and then you would put in drizzle kit generate, just so you don't forget about it. Okay, your SQL migration file was created. Let's check this out. Should be somewhere in Drizzle. Okay, in here, right. So here is it. This creates the RSS articles table. It creates the saved items table. Not too crazy, because we just have like two basic tables, no relations and other join tables or something. But we now have this migrations file, and we can import this migrations file in our app. So let's go to the layout and say import from @drizzle migrations. So from @drizzle migrations, we want to import that file. And these migrations will be used when our app starts. This should, in theory, create the table in our SQLite database, and we should later have access to it in other places. So the only thing left is now running our run command, bunix expo run iOS or Android or whatever you prefer. And when the application starts, it will try to use the migration file. If it was already applied before, of course, the tables wouldn't be destroyed. But since this is, I guess, the first time running this application with an SQLite integration, it should generate them. So let's wait until the app is installed. All right, so the app is up again. We see a couple of logs here, but ultimately we see success true. And how can we check this? Well, if you press Shift-M, you get access to the Expo developer tools. So like we can toggle the performance monitor, reload the app, or because we installed it, you can now access the Expo Drizzle Studio plugin. And this is what the plugin looks like. It is essentially a SQLite browser in your browser. And you can now see we have the tables with all the definitions, ID, title, URL, description. We have the saved items. So for testing, I could now insert data in here. I could also pull the data out of this and later update items, delete them. Drizzle Studio, I absolutely love it. And it's a big reason why I'm a big fan of using this in combination with Expo SQLite. So at this point, we've successfully added our migrations. We're able to debug our SQLite database, which will essentially help us when building out the application. So now we can put in some more real functionality, like saving our RSS articles. Now we want to make use of our installed SQLite database by saving articles from the articles feed to our SQLite database. Therefore, we need a couple of changes here, because we also need to align the types. So the RSS article we used before here, I will actually not use it like that, and instead import the RSS article from my database. This will cause some issues, but no problem. We should be able to solve them. So especially there are problems with the image. So image should be image URL now, as well as here. And estimated time to read is now estimated read time. This is the reason because the table names are always using underscore. So we can now go through the application and just change the instances where we had this. Probably for this one, we could also use like a fallback, right? To make it happy, or an empty string, yeah. Let's do that as well as here. And with that, I think we've sailed around the biggest issues here. Okay, now let's do something else. When we load the data here on this page, we also want to store this. So let's implement a little logic for that. Let's implement not only fetch fresh articles, but let's also add one load articles. Okay, so async function. And let's stop this here for an hour. Okay, load articles. And instead of using fetch fresh articles, we will now simply start with load articles. So this will try to make a request to our database. We can get our database now because we're using the new SQLite. We can use the use SQLite context. That gives us access to the database, and to use Drizzle accordingly, we will make a Drizzle DB using Drizzle and then DB. So this is the instance we then want to use. We'll also add a little catch block here. So catch any error and then log. Actually, let's do console.error failed and then our error. Oh, not the Drizzle DB, the error. Okay, let's bring up the dev tools as well so I can see any potential problems. So we're now loading the articles and we try to basically cache them. So let's say const cached articles equals await drizzledb dot select. So we want to select everything from our RSS articles database, and we want to order them by, can we make this in the second line probably? So order by, and then we can set desk. So desk ending by RSS articles dot publish date. So then we have our order, and then I want to also follow this now up with limit using the max items limit that was passed to our feed. So these should be the cached articles. Now, right now, this is an empty array. There's no data inside. Let's say if the cached articles dot length is greater than 0, we would set this. We would call set articles with the cached articles here, and we could say set loading to false. Why is it set is loading? Why is it not just called loading? I don't know. What a dumb idea by myself. Anyway, in the else case, we don't have any cached articles. So in that case, we should actually call fetch fresh articles. Same for handle refresh. If we want to really refresh, then we want to call set is refreshing to true. So we can have pull to refresh and then do fetch fresh articles. This should now work. Now in the finally of fetch fresh articles, I should also probably say set is refreshing to false, just in case. Okay, now after this one here, so if we have articles, everyone's happy. If we don't have articles, we fetch them, but we should now also store them. So we shouldn't only set them locally, but we should store them. So let's see, in this case, I will actually wipe out the previous articles. So let's use drizzledb.delete RSS articles. So this will delete all items in there. And then we can create articles to insert. So we need to create a bit of mapping here. Again, this is one of the places where AI would instantly complete this for me. And I might bring in some code. So basically we have items here and we need to map them to the according format that we can store in our database. For example, the item needs an ID, and this will be from the crypto data, crypto package that we installed. Yeah, I'm not getting any completion here. We need to do this ourselves. So let's bring in import star as crypto from Expo crypto, and then this generates our ID for that one. So we can say crypto dot random UUID, and that should hopefully generate an ID for that article. And then we just need to map everything else so it's now in the right format. The published format should be fine already, and everything else is mapped. So we basically map from these names that we get from our API route to this. We could probably also fix this in the like upstream in the API route. That will make sense as well. Okay, Now with the articles to insert, we can simply call the Drizzle DB again. We can insert all of our articles, or we call first the database. So we want to insert in the RSS articles database, and the values are now my articles to insert. Okay, with that in place, I can also set my local articles, or I can also just follow this up with load articles if I wanted to. Would basically be the same. Okay, let's hit save. And we load articles. Then we had the, and then we wrote hopefully the cached articles. And now when the app restarts, let's see. We should immediately see we have 15 cached articles, so we don't have to make any network call to get, can we filter by, where's my filter? Yeah, there's nothing going on here. We only have cached articles. And by the way, we can now also go back here and under RSS articles, we see all of the beautiful articles we just cached in our database. So we have a super simple, almost like local first mechanism for caching these RSS feeds. Still, if I now pull to refresh, I would delete all articles and do a complete reload of the articles, and then I had a fresh set of new articles. Potentially, I could also on every load do a fetch fresh articles in the background. Potentially also an idea. Play around with this however you like it. Now, about saving the articles, here we go. Let's put this as the last function here. Okay, so inside handle save article, I think we're actually getting an RSS article here. Let's see, is that the case? Article card, handle save article. I'm not entirely sure. Will this get an RSS article or not? Is this passing the actual article to it? Let's see. Let's give this a try. Article. So where is my log? Did I have some log anywhere? Okay, here now I press save. Yeah, I actually get the entire object. So when I want to save this, I have something that I need to do. I don't only want to save this information, I actually now want to kind of scrape that page for the HTML. And for this, we need to install one new package. I tried different ones, just like before with the XML parser, I had some problems, but the link DOM package did work in the end. So with this package, I will give it a star because I used it now. I know this is not a crawler, but still it works pretty great to get the content of a website, and I will show you how. So to split this up a bit, you can bring in first of all one new utils file from our repository. This here is the server parser. We could have this in an API route, but there was a lot going on and I just felt maybe we can just do it in an additional parse website content. So this gets the HTML and the URL and entirely parses that document. It gets the element, gets the title, description, image stuff from the meta information, domain, word count, reading time, content selectors. Once again, AI really helped me to figure out that stuff immediately. Otherwise, this would have taken me probably a couple of hours to write, but now we can just use it as is. Additionally, we need a new API endpoint. So our API endpoint should be called, let's do it here, parse URL plus API.ts. And I recently mentioned this. Do you know how given we take this at this point that we can just create an API endpoint here in our React Native application? This is so new. It was completely impossible 1, 2, 3 years ago. And now whenever I think about doing something, I'm like, yeah, let's do another Expo API route. This is so unbelievable cool by Evan Bacon and the whole team behind Expo Router. one of the greatest features. Like when this came out, I was immediately blown away and thought, wow, it's so cool. I can just drop into my API here in the React Native project. Now, this is going to be a post route. We're going to post the URL and we're going to get back some data. Again, we don't really have to write this out. It is not too interesting. So let's also take this from GitHub. What we are doing here is pretty much getting the URL, checking that it's a valid URL, and then we use, once again, fetch to simply get the entire content of that HTML. So at some point, we're going to have the response.text, which gives us like head, div, title, everything in there. And once we got this, like when this first block here, the first 50 lines are over, we just pass this to our parse website content function, like the full HTML and the URL, and then we'll return that data back to the caller. Now, with that in place, let's see. I can already try this. So this was one of the articles about React Native 081. If we now go back to my testing tool here, and I had, what is this? This is like a post endpoint for API parse URL. I'll pass this in. Let's see. And does this work? Yeah, here's the content, word count, reading time, and here we see the entire content of that website. With that content, we want to create an entry in our saved items table. So that table should have somewhere, author, right here, column content, where we can save this. So then in our Pocket clone, we essentially have that website scraped and saved locally. That is the idea. How do we go about this now? Well, let's see. In our articles feed, we had the handle save article for that article, right? So now let's try, and let's do a catch block here for any error, and then console.error. Parsing failed with my error. Good. Now to try this, we will try to create an item ID. We can actually do this also a bit later. I would actually begin by checking if we have saved that item before. I don't have any great logic yet to like hide the save button. Yeah, we could do this and could do like a comparison between the RSS articles and the saved items table. I just felt like that's a bit overkill today. So instead we'll just have a little fallback here, drizzle database.select. We'll select everything from the good RSS, actually not from the saved items table, and check, let's do this in the next line, where equal, so bringing in this equal function, where equal saved items.url is equal to the article we want to save URL. If that is the case, that item already exists. So if existing dot length, this is still a select, so if the length of this array is greater than 0, we will just return. Let's just put a log in here, log already saved, and otherwise we can continue and parse the page. So just like before, let's get the response by calling await fetch on our endpoint. Endpoint was /API/parse URL. And we also had a little body here. So the method this time is post. We're posting the URL. We could have probably done this as URL params as well. But then we at least have a post and a get route. It's cool. So let's stringify URL set to article.url. Okay. So we get back the response. We might want to convert that. So let's say result equals await response.json, converting that. And then we get a big result here. And this is the result we now want to store once again to our Drizzle database. So again, drizzledb drizzledb.insert into saved items. And my values, this time not an array, just an object. And I don't want to put in, once again, everything. So it should pretty much look like this. This should be to do. Actually, we do have a user, right? We do have our user ID. Let's grab it quickly. We already have auth in place. So we can say cons user equals use user. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. And then when we save this, we can use user ID or as a fallback like 1 if the user is not authenticated. I know account switching and stuff, not perfect, but well, we can live with that. So here for the ID, again, we can use the crypto package, random UUID, and then the values should be fine. What I want to do at this point is I could like update my articles. But do we really need to? No, I don't think so. We don't really need that. But I want to push a new page. And we will actually reuse that. So I will create a new group modal. And in that group, a new file success.tsx. So when we save something, we want to use the Expo router and push that page. It will actually just come up like a bottom sheet. So this would probably be a good time to place it here. You know, refreshes the brain, right? Now you can look left and right and like you should do this anyway. Sometimes like turn your head around. That's good for your neck. Do some exercises. Get up. It's a long video and I don't want to have you sit here for 5 hours. Okay. So if it is saved, we're going to use the router. Do we actually have the router? No, we don't. Const router equals use router. So get it from Expo router and then call router push with our new route. So the modal success route. Okay, that is essentially the save functionality. Let's test this. Right now, we don't have anything saved in here. And let's hit save here. Okay, it pushes that page. If I refresh here, I got this one. It fills the user ID, nice. And it hopefully, no, yeah. Actually, this looks like the content of the article. Here's the header class, Android React Native 81. And that should be enough for us to display this later when we come to the details page. That's great. Now also when I click again here, what I expect is that it is already saved. Yep, it exists. It finds the article here and then it says already saved, so we don't have to save it again. Cool. Now for that success page, we just need a quick confirmation. So that one is actually pretty uninteresting. So I would assume you're fine with me bringing in a new component. Bring it in from GitHub. This is the saved confirmation. So this one is just pretty much a styled view. It has a bit of animation, like a little fade in here from Reanimated as an enter animation that makes the view quite nice. But beyond that, it's just like images, icons and buttons. Really, there's nothing special going on in this view. It would just essentially take us another 20 minutes to code it up. And we will reuse this saved confirmation in multiple places, one of them being the success page. So on this page, I also want to bring in the router. So use router from Expo. And I will have something like handle cancel. Cancel equals, actually we could have done that easier. We could do this inline. Let's just do it in here. So the saved confirmation card has an on dismiss, and on dismiss I will just call router.dismiss. It should be fine. Then I don't need an additional one. But for the view, I would like to have some styling included. So let's just say flex 1 background color once again to my colors dot white, and I want to use the full height. There's a reason for this that I can show you in a second. So right now, if I save something, this is how the page looks. This is of course not what I want to. So we will now go into our layout, and where we define our topmost routes here next to tabs, we will add a new screen entry for modal/success. Okay. The header will actually, I don't really care about that. The most important piece is presentation set to form sheet. If we do that and hit save somewhere here, then it comes up like this. Okay, but we want to have this a bit smaller, so we can say sheet allowed detent and set this to an array of pretty much like breakpoints. So this should be, this card should expand to automatically 0.5 and it can go to 1. Now it becomes a bit more challenging. So you already see it now opens up like this and I can drag it there, but it also is stuck here. Really, no need for any specific package. Gorham bottom sheet is still great, and for some more advanced use cases, I have actually used it in one of the previous videos. But for like some easy cases, this now entirely works as well and looks awesome. We want to do a bit more. So let's set the sheet grabber visible to false. I wonder, I don't want to see, actually let's just set the header visible shadow to false and the title to an empty string like this. So then you see, now I would like to debug this and I will just simply say I really delete those 4 records and then we can do the fun again. This looks a bit crowded here. So I will say content style hate or height. Is it height or hate? I think it's probably a difference between UK and US. And you see now we're using the entire height. You also see, because we're using the flex layout and we have space between, that this just changes. Okay, no special animation required. This is just flex layout. I mean, I don't know why. It's kind of cool that it works like this. At the same time, I dislike it. I don't know how I feel about this. Anyway, this is it. This looks pretty good. This also means I can now tap to dismiss and then it closes. And so we have a nice save dialog. We can pull it up, we can pull it down, we can close it, and we can use the dismiss button. And as well, most importantly, we have actually parsed and saved data to our database. So in the next step, let's display the saved data. With our saved articles in place and in the database, it's time to head over to the saves screen and the layout, and let's talk about that screen to display our items. Now on that screen, we definitely want to have a list, and the list should have some items. So let's already start with a component, the saved item card.tsx. And native functional export. What a great name. The component should actually be like uppercase, right? Saved item card. That's usually how I do it. I think AI did this in the wrong way because I think this is more the convention. Anyway, let's go to the save screen. On that page, I want to do multiple things. So maybe we start by bringing in a bunch of things. Actually, we're not seeing a lot on the screen, so let's use the full width first. So we do have some items. Items, set items. These will be our saved items. Equals use state, and then we can use a type saved item array from our database types. It's pretty cool that we can use the types from Drizzle right like this. Then we need a little loading state, set loading equals use state. Gotta set this to true in the beginning. And then we might also need our user later. So let's use user just like before. Additionally, we need the database. So use SQLite context gives us access straight to our open database. And by using Drizzle DB, we can make sure that we're using the Drizzle instance and we got access to the queries of our ORM. All right, let's start with load saved items. This shouldn't be too hard actually. So gonna be an async function, and that should probably be triggered in the beginning. Let's actually use focus effect. So whenever this page becomes active, I want to do this, and we then need to use callback as well. And then we can say load saved items in here. Now I just need to be careful. Empty dependencies here and no there. Good. So whenever this page loads, we will now have load saved items being triggered. And in there, we can do our logic again. Try. Isn't there a snippet like try catch error? Yeah, that's almost good. What is this? Yeah, better. Okay, and then we have finally, I do have some shortcuts. I should really use them more often. Set is loading, or set loading, yeah. Now I did it correct to false. Okay, we try to get the data from the database. So say await drizzledb dot select everything from our saved items table where, let's see, we actually can make an end here. So we want to make sure that both of these statements are true. Where the saved item is not deleted. So equals saved items dot is deleted is false. That is the first one in the end. And the second one is an or between checking if the saved items dot user ID is equal to my current user dot ID, or if it is equal saved items user ID to 1. This is the ID we use, like if there's no user signed in, the user would use 1. Are you unhappy about this? Yeah. Okay. So we're getting all the results where deleted is false. So we have this end around these two blocks. And then this one is also true, but it is an or. The ID of that item should be either the current user ID or 1. And finally, I also want to order by descending saved items dot created at. Okay, that should be our function. And let's put a little lock here, result. And when we run this, yeah, that looks like no compatible apps connected. Really? It looked like my app is there. Let's open this up again. So app opens up, thank you. And then we bring up my dev tools. I go to saves and we see 4 items being there. So we look like we saved them before. So based on those 4 items, we should be able to create our view. There are 2 more functions that we can already add. So one is handle toggle favorite. So we can mark one of our items as favorite. It's going to be a saved item here. And then a function. And then we can also have something like share, handle share, and then we can also share that. And eventually you could also have something like handle more. So the items will have different items there. Okay, here we go. Let's see. We want a view, and I also want to have a little search bar at the top. So let's replace all of this with an empty fragment. And then let's place in a stack.screen. And first of all, set some options here. So I want to set the header search bar options. We will actually not implement the full search, but we could easily tap into this. I just want to show you how you can easily get this into your application. So let's close this. And then we would already, oops, I'm still on that page. And we would already have our search bar up there. Pretty easy. Then let's do a flat list from React Native, of course. And we need some styles down here. So please add style sheet from React Native style sheet. There we go. Okay, flat list. Here we go. The data for this is, of course, our array that we just created. I think those are the items. Then we want to set the key extractor to be item.id. We need some styling. We want to say shows vertical scroll indicator. This should be like false by default. But anyway, we then have our render item function. So the item should render something. For the moment, let's just render text item.title. Yeah, we could unwrap that at some point. If I do it like this, we might already have one less. Let's see. So then I should have destructuring in place, right? Okay, so now going to saves. We're probably rendering items. We might have some issue with the styling. So let's also set the content container style to styles.list content, and eventually also set the content instant adjustment behavior to automatic. And then we can add our list content. You see, it's always adding a comma down there. I don't know why that is the case. It's really strange. I do see from the logs that we have 4 elements. I currently wonder why they're not displayed yet. I don't know. We will figure this out. Let's also add an item separator component while we're here. So that could be a view style. Do we need brackets here? I don't think so. Style equals styles.separator. Separator. And then we can close that off. Oh, we haven't even added a view. Oh my. Please just add this automatically. That would be so much easier. I don't know. Okay, so this should have a height of 1, a background color of, I don't know. Let's just do something F0, 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 and a margin start on the left-hand side of 20. So we should really see some items. I don't know why I can't even scroll here. I am on the saved page, right? I'm on the saves, yeah. We have the colors. Header large, title true, header large, visible false. By the way, while we are here in there, I actually later want to have a little plus there. So we can just define this in here, like header right. And then we plug in whatever kind of buttons. I will make this a touchable opacity here. For the moment, use ionicons. Ionicons. Oh, come on. You were able to import that before. Ionicons name equals add. Size 24. Color. I don't know. Let's do color equals colors.text dark. And then we have the button in there at least. Yep. It's up here. Should be fine for the moment. I still wonder why my flat list is not really displaying what I wanted to display. So we have my items. Are we actually... We're not setting the items. I'm such an idiot. No. Set items. Set items. Result. Okay, here is my list. Okay, now it works. Okay, for my list content, let's just give this some padding vertical. Padding vertical of like 10. And making sure it has the right background color, but I think it already has. Is my list content actually applied? List content. Oh yeah, that's probably, vertical is of course up and down. Okay, we have some thin lines here between the elements. We have the instant adjustment stuff working correctly. And we have in general our app here. Now let's do something for testing. I will wipe out my database once again. Or maybe not in like the entire database, but oh no, what did I do? I can't connect to Drizzle? That's strange. Maybe the instance somehow changed. But anyway, I will delete the 4 records here and do a little reload. Then we see we have no saves because then we can work on that empty state. And for that empty state, I will actually do this in the list header component. That should, in this case, actually be not too hacky, I guess. Okay, let's close this because we need 2 states in here. We need to check if we're loading. Then we want to display like a loading view. So let's do view and then text loading. Maybe we should set loading to true like the whole time for the moment. So we should probably just out comment that stuff. If I do this, then everything else will fail. I'll just set this one to false. Okay, so if we have loading, then we have that going on. In the other case, if we're not loading, then we want to check if items.length is equal to 0. If that is the case, then we want to display something like no saves found. And in the other case here, we will just not render anything. So now if we go there, it says loading. Okay, so we can begin with that state. Let's give this some styling here. So style, let's call this one empty state, and this one empty state text. Oh, we got that one again. Let's snooze it for another hour. Empty state. Why is it bringing in that comma? That is really frustrating me. I have no idea why. I just do a paste and it adds a comma automatically. I really don't know what this is. That's really, really strange. But it absolutely annoys me. If anyone knows what it is, a setting in VS Code, please let me know. So for that empty space, empty state, actually it's the loading state, but anyway, should be fine. Let's use the full flex here. Align items in the center of the view. Center. So yeah, the native tabs is always bringing us back there. Or maybe it's my redirect. Do I have a redirect somewhere? No, I don't. I wonder if native tabs has something like label, icon, tint, background, badge, minimize behavior, blur effect, shadow, disable, back, ripple, indicator, badge. No, it doesn't look like something like initial indicator color. No. Damn. I mean, for the time being, we could put saves here in the first place. Oh, that could be a nice hack. Nice. I like that. Okay, empty state, flex 1, align items, center, justify content as well in the center, and probably some horizontal padding, but also not really required. And for the title, let's make it a bit bigger. Let's give it a big font size of, I don't know, 22. Super big, Simon. But font weight, 600. Margin doesn't require because there's nothing below. And for the color, my colors.text dark. All right, this is our loading here. Next, we will set loading to false. And if we set loading, actually we can keep that to true. We just need to enable this because then it will be set to false. And then we see our no saves found. So this is also actually an empty state here. But this one should have like a little icon in a view. Maybe we can also just do the icon itself. So we're going to use Ionicons, name, heart, and then size really big this time. This time going for 48, and then set the color to colors dot, and make sure you surround this correctly with curly brackets. Maybe this time text light. Okay, nice. We got a heart. No saves found. Let's do style here, styles.empty title. And then we're gonna do like a little text below that. Your saved articles will appear here. I think that's what the Pocket app said. Description, and then just some styling for the empty title and the description. And once again, I'm now not trolled anymore. I see what you're doing there. Empty title, and that one was empty description. Okay, so let's see. Empty title, we're gonna make that one a bit bigger as well. 600 text dark, and maybe this one gets some margin bottom. So we have a little separation here. Then for the description, we will make this a bit smaller, 16, not big. And yeah, looks okay to me. No saves found. Cool. With that space here, maybe we're gonna give that icon also some margin. I feel like this is too, can we do it in here? Margin bottom like 20. Yeah, I like that more. Okay, this is now used as our list header component while we're loading or while we're in an empty state. If we now save something, okay, save to Pocket, and we go here, we instead see our list and not the rest of the stuff anymore. Good. So now we have our render item function and the saved item card. For that saved or that set saved item card, I actually would like to use my component from GitHub again, because this is pretty much, honestly, just writing the UI and styling. There's nothing interesting in here for you. So the only thing that's not working yet is the href here. So for the moment, we're just probably gonna comment that out. Let's copy this. Copy, and instead, oh no, what did I just do? Oh no. Maybe we can just, where's the closing link tag? There it is. Okay, let's see it again. So here's my button. It's just like using the same items. So, but it adds on toggle, on share, and on more capabilities to this one. So we have these item actions that we can call, but honestly, there's nothing too special about this one. So now we can use this in here, and it's actually even more challenging to implement this correctly with the render item function. I will try to do it somehow. So let's do saved item card here. And we just need to make sure that we're passing the items correctly to this one. So the saved item card gets an item, but that item is now a saved item with action. So it extends our saved item type here. I just need to remember how it worked, and adds these three things. I honestly, it's probably not the best thing to do. I was just thinking, why are we not using, this doesn't make sense to me. Why should we do it like this? Why are we not just doing it like this? Isn't that like, in my world, that makes more sense. So we could now get here the on toggle favorite, on share, and on more, and use that instead here. So we can change that, and we can change this and that. I think that makes totally more sense to me. Why would I do this in any other way? Really? Like, why? Okay, anyway. With that in place, we should be fine. We can heat over here. So we now have the item, and we have all the other functionalities. So we should have something like on more, on share. Yeah, perfect. We have implementations for all of that. So we have on more, handle more, on toggle, handle toggle, and we had on share, handle share. Now we finally just need the item. I hope you're fine with those. And the item is the item? Yeah. You're not happy about these functions. What's your problem with them? On more props void. Okay, let's see. What is the problem here? Item promise is not assignable to type void. Target signature provides too few. I expected 1 or more, but got 0. Okay, yeah, okay, I can see this. We need to pass the item to it, actually. Why is this not done from here? This could just share the item, couldn't it? I mean, does it make a difference? Hard to oversee right now. I just think what looks better. I mean, you clicked on share on this card. Do you want to pass back the item? Not really, but at the same time, like having these all look like this doesn't look cool as well. I don't know actually what I would prefer. I would have to think about this for a while. For the moment, I will just do it like this because this is the easiest way right now to move forward. So now the card will look like this. I don't think this is bad, but I wonder if the other way would be better. So with that in place, we're now seeing our first card here. We have 3 icons to toggle some sort of action, and we have the design of the card. I can now also save more stuff, and it should appear right in our list with the image included. Nice. I love it. I love it. Pretty cool. Later we will be able to press on this and then go into the details we parsed before. So now the last thing left are implement some of these features if we wanted to. So we could now bring in share from React Native. So share, and then we could have a super simple share dialog. Let's see. On share, handle more. We will just leave out more. For more, I would recommend something like a context menu with Zigo, or this actually should work pretty soon with Expo UI, but I didn't want to include any beta stuff in here. I got more careful over the time. So yeah, try this at your own risk. So here we go, console.error, and then we're gonna try await share.share. And then you can pass in something with a message. So in this case, you want to say something like item.title or check out this article. And then in a new line, we would place the item.url and close that. And that should be shared. So now if we try to share this, it should bring up the native share dialog, and we can share this with a friend. Okay, handle toggle favorite is actually something we can do in the database. So let's do another try catch block here. Again, let's just do the console log error and then await Drizzle database. Do we actually have it in here? Yeah, we do. We're loading data, right? We want to update our saved items table. We want to set is favorite to not item is favorite. So we're just toggling it. Where we need another plus here. Oh yeah, set is favorite. Actually, we need to use the right name here. Where the IDs match. So where equal saved items.id, the column is equal to my item.id. Okay, and once this is done, I also want to update my items here locally. So, you know, there's a previous value that you can use in that function. And we can just say previous map. So I want to go through all the items from before and check if the item ID here from the previous one. So if item.id is equal to item.id. If that's the case, then we update this. We're using everything that we have in item with the spread operator and set is favorite. No, what was that? We're gonna set is favorite to not i.is favorite. And if we got this, or otherwise we're just going to use the regular item. Okay, so hope that line makes sense. Just a bit short form. So now I can toggle this one. It gets a yellow star, and if we check out the saved items, we should see, let's go through them. Somewhere should be image, word count, site name, author, is favorite. Here we go. The one is now toggled on and the other is not. I can actually, by the way, change it in here as well. So now if I would check out the application again, both would be favorites. Okay, this is all for the moment for displaying our saved items. You can already play around with it. You can bookmark more items. And we will later be able to simply add items not only from our RSS feed, but also from any URL that we can find. I will also now change this back so that home is again the first tab and saves is the second tab. And then we have a pretty nice page already lined up. So play a bit around with that functionality and enjoy how far you've come in our application. And once you're ready, we can continue with the next part. We have now the foundational pieces for our Pocket Clone in place, which means we should also think about the quality of our application. And this is where I always like to add Sentry to my application. So Sentry is also one of the sponsors of this video, and I've used Sentry in pretty much every, like all my own projects to catch any problems that occur when your application is out in the wild and people are using it heavily. So if you don't know about Sentry, it's error and performance monitoring, but honestly, that was just like the beginning of Sentry. By now, there's a lot more, and we're gonna uncover like some pretty cool features, also use AI features. The seer feature of Sentry is one of the things I really like. And as well, they also have a tool called Spotlight, which you probably haven't seen, but it's a pretty cool one. So you can get started with a link below this video. It's completely free to get started. You get, I think actually you get quite some credits through my link. So go check that out. And then let's create a new project. So here I am already in my Sentry account. I will hit create project. Of course, you want to select React Native. I'll have like, you can use Sentry with pretty much everything. You can also use it with PHP, but that's not the story of today. So React Native, alarm frequency, I will create my alerts later, and I will call this one Pocket Video. Here we go, create project. Now with my new project, I can initialize it somewhat like this. Let's go to our command line in our application, and we probably have to kill this first. All right, so we say bunix at Sentry wizard at latest. You want to use the latest wizard for React Native. Actually, that's usually all you have to do, but you can also pass in these properties for your project, for your specific project. Of course, this is now for my project, and then the command will run. So this should install a bunch of things, the right package, and it should also change your application. Thanks for using the Sentry wizard. You have uncommitted files. Yeah, I don't care. Do you still want to continue? Absolutely. We live on the edge. Okay, we installed the React Native Sentry SDK. Yeah, it should be supported. By the way, I could update this by now to the stable version. Anyway, do you want to continue anyway? Yes, absolutely. So that brings up my browser and connect me to Sentry. Return to your terminal to complete this. Do you want to enable session replay? You absolutely want to do this. Session replay is one of the coolest things. We can see this also in action, so definitely go with yes. Do you want to enable the feedback widget to collect feedback from your users? Maybe we're going to check that out next time, so I will hit no. And this actually updates a bunch of things. So edit Sentry init to app layout, edit Sentry Expo plugin to config, edit a local env file, made changes to your metro config, all of these things automatically. Do you want prod install now? No, I'll do it later. You can also optionally add a project scope MCP server. So I've tried a couple of MCPs, but I'm not that deep enough into this yet. Maybe I'm gonna do this for the next time. So for now, for the moment, you can also know what is MCP, but this video is not about MCP. I haven't sent the test event. That's something we should soonish do. So let's copy over this line and bring it into, I don't know, maybe our index file. That is our login, right? So maybe somewhere here after the text, I will put this. Cannot find name button. Yeah, so let's add the button from React Native, as well as import Sentry from Sentry React Native. This is going to be our little test case here on my index page that we can use to trigger an exception here with an error. First error in Pocket clone. All right, let's check out what changed as well. So in the layout file, we should have a big Sentry initializer up here. All of this was pre-filled by the wizard, so I really like that you pretty much don't have to do anything. That's always good. I'm super lazy. We have configuration for the session replay. So the replay session sample rate is set to 0.1. So in production, you don't record every kind of session replay because that would be a bit too much. However, you want to have this at 1. So that is the on error sample rate, because every time there's an error in your app, you definitely want to use the integration. Additionally, I will also uncomment this line to use the before mentioned Spotlight tool. And then let's check out the rest of the setup should happen automatically down here. So Sentry wrapped our root layout. And if you want to, you can also do another line to use the, let's see, from Expo router, you can get that ref. And then you can create a use effect block here. And within that block, you want to check, let's do this real quickly, close that here. And what you can do is you can check if there's the reference to our navigation. We can say, oh, we haven't even added that object yet, right? So there's a navigation integration that gives you a bit more insight. So let's quickly set that up as well. Let's call this navigation integration and use Sentry React Navigation Integration. And you want to pass in enable time to display only when this is not running in Expo Go. Is running, there is a function, yeah, called is running in Expo Go, but that one comes from the main Expo package actually. This is the place. Did you know that this exists? Now you know. All right, with that navigation integration, we can head back down here and use that to call .register navigation container with our ref. That gives us some more insights into our application and tracing of our different routes with Expo router. So a pretty cool thing. Additionally, we should see in the Metro config a little new line, yeah, that we're now using this one here. I like to extend that Sentry config, so you can create as a second param here options. So what I would like to, or what I recommend to do, is set annotate React components to true, as well as enable source context in development set to true. This means that Sentry Metro server middleware is enabled in up to, okay, that's not really helpful, but it basically means that even during debugging and our local running of the app, we will get errors. You sometimes maybe don't want to do that, but right now for testing, I will do this, as well as annotate React components with Sentry data. It's always cool to see that in the error logs. Now, with all of that in place, we can head over to running our application again. This will anyway now install our Cocoa pod, so that's why I didn't do it before. You see, we now also have the local env file that's coming from Sentry automatically. And Sentry also made changes to the app.json. So usually you're gonna see the block down here, the config plugin for Sentry React Native, filled out automatically with the details because the wizard was so smart to figure all of that out. Okay, this will now build our application, and in the meantime, we can take a look at something I prepared already. So there was an issue in one of my projects, something like this here. There's no singleton instance. So that was a previous version of this project where I already used RevenueCat. Little hint, we're gonna do this very soon. There's no singleton instance. Make sure you configure purchases. And I was actually like, what exactly is going on? I'm not exactly sure what is happening here. The session replay here was somewhat helpful because this is more like a structural architecture thing, but it looked like it happened after I went from the login screen to the inside area. So beyond that, we couldn't pinpoint this to any line in the code. So I went over to Seer. And Seer told me that RevenueCat SDK used before configuration. Let's see, that was the initial log, like what happened, initial guess. RevenueCat SDK is missing or called too late in the app lifecycle, possibly due to React Native startup order issue. That was actually a pretty good spot already. Now, with that in place, I just hit that button a couple of times to dive deeper into this, to understand the root cause, and then told Seer to find a solution. And because I've connected the Sentry GitHub integration with my repository and gave Seer access to that repository, it looked through the code, looked how I configured RevenueCat in my tabs and how I used it, and analyzed my isUse premium functionality. And then I said, okay, if you can fix this, code it up. So Seer went ahead and coded a bunch of things up. And I then also clicked, hey, why not draft a PR? And that's exactly what Seer did. So here is the PR that AI made. I just hit the button about 3 or 4 times to fix something that was actually sort of nasty. I didn't spot this before. So maybe we're gonna also build it. I don't know in which way we're gonna code it up now. But here you're gonna see implement a RevenueCat provider to manage inhalation, wrap the layout correctly, edit error handling for checks. And then if you check out the changed files, it's actually pretty good. Like Seer created this RevenueCat provider. This is probably how you usually want to do this. You use context, you have your provider here with this is initialized or not, which is usually used down here when you've wrapped your children. So then you can apply that provider with all its functionality up here in our top layout. So added this super handy to our layout, but also improved some other things. I think, wrapped this in a try catch block. What else did change? Yeah, how checking that we make sure RevenueCat is initialized. We probably wouldn't even need that additional check, but it won't hurt. Also made a little check in here. Pretty cool thing. I actually forgot about that one. So this is another thing I wanted to add for you. Let's see, where's my application? Where's my app? Hello? Oh, here we go. Here's my app. So we should be able, how can we go back to, I don't want to sign out. I just want to, they want to sign out. Well, it doesn't matter. Can we go back to the login screen? Yeah, we can. Let's try to create a crash. Okay, we created our crash. That is good. That was the first try. But with that in place, I could now merge this and all problems would be gone. So I'm a huge fan of Sentry Seer. It is not like, oh, let's slap AI on our application because everyone's doing this. No, this is actually using AI in the right way, in the helpful kind of way. You have an issue, you can use it, you don't have to use it, but it is really powerful, especially in drafting that PR. And you just click a couple of times and then it drafts the PR in the background. You can just continue with your code. I love it, absolutely. Now, back to our code, there are still a few things. So I told you about SQLite before. So you can install SQLite. Can you install it only on Mac, or maybe you can only install it in Mac by now? Well, let's see. What is SQLite? Using SQLite. Yeah, so far only Mac apparently. But if you're on a Mac and you see my application, we just had my first error. Here is the SQLite app. So this one now points me exactly to the problem in my app without actually using the Sentry page. So I don't have to go through that. I can see my trace here. I can see my errors. You can also check out other things in here. It is a pretty handy, like a little tool to locally debug your app. If I now click on this, I think, or how is it possible? I think there was a combination I could click that would actually open exactly that line if I click this edit button here, maybe. Let's see. Maybe it's because I already have the app open up here. Yeah, well, here we go. No, that's not the one. But anyway, it usually opened up VS Code for me, so that wasn't too helpful. But it's anyway locally pointing us to the problem that happened here. And you could just keep this up and running on the side of your build. And then you're gonna see whenever a Sentry error would be captured. Probably you also then later want to disable what we enabled in the Metro config. So this enable, actually the source context, I mean, that won't never hurt. And it's anyway only in development mode. So that should be fine. So as you can see, we just had to use the wizard, create a project, and do a new pre-build of our application, and then everything was already configured for us. Now, let's do one more thing, and that is when our user is authenticated, we also want to pass that information to Sentry. So how can we do that? Probably here in the root layout, because this is in the tab bar. I could get my user here. So let's say const user use user from Clerk Expo. And then we're going to have a use effect block. Let's get the brackets right and close this accordingly. And in my use effect, I will now check if I do have a user, or actually a user and user.user. It's probably not the best naming I used here, but anyway, it should work for the moment. If we do have that information, I want to actually configure Sentry. So let's get the import right. Can we import star as Sentry from Sentry? Can we also import it as like without this? Could work as well. We can call a function set user. All right, so with set user, we can pass more information to that. So I could now, for example, set the email of the user to the user email address, and I can also pass in the ID using user ID. By the way, I also want to have an else block where we delete that user again. So if the user is now signed in and causes a problem, we would have that information attached to the error that we can check out in Sentry. I think this is pretty good because sometimes you're gonna have user-specific problems. Maybe they have a specific state, the account is locked, half locked, not like verified yet, anything related to that user, and then you can pinpoint that to the exact problem and match this with the data in your database. So once again, I highly recommend Sentry for all of your applications. It's the best thing you can do to your React Native application. If you want to support me in the video, link to Sentry is below this video. But even if you don't click it, like, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really care. I use Sentry and I like it, and you can decide for yourself if you like it or not. Same with the other sponsors like RevenueCat and Clerk. To me, these are just staples that I use in my application, and I like to use them in the video. So if you haven't seen it, give it a try. And if you already know about Sentry, keep using them, because to me, they're the OGs of error tracking, and Seer is definitely something you just have to see in your project. Now we want to build a way to capture any kind of generic URL and add it to our application, just like in the previous Pocket application. So that should look somewhat like this. We're going to have this bottom sheet where we can have just a little input here for the URL where we can then save or close the sheet. And this will also be very helpful later on when we build a little share extension. So people can just go through Safari or anywhere else to a page, and then with a share dialog, jump into this, and then we can just pre-fill this field. That is the whole idea. We can also make use again of our success model. So that should be helpful in that case as well. Let's go to the inside page. Okay, that was great. So cannot property set user of undefined. Where did we do this? Probably in there. Maybe we should still import Sentry with the star syntax. Yeah, I think that is not good. I think this is better. Yeah, that works better. Okay, on the saves page, we already have this little button up here. So this is the one I want to use, but still we need a new page. So let's add a new page. We're going to call that one at url.tsx. Make this a new page. And then let's first talk about, let's also add a little redirect. I'm currently not signed in, so I want to have in the index, will this kill everything else in my page? I wonder if I return that redirect to /tabs/saves. Oh no, it killed it. It removed everything else on that page. That's, I mean, yeah, sometimes if you outcomment code and if you don't need it, okay, we can get rid of that, but I want to keep this, my friend. Can we just keep this? Can we stay cool and keep this? Yeah, maybe that's better. Okay, if I make this a comment first, then it will keep the stuff, at least. Okay, back to our application. So let's trigger that page. Therefore, we need a little entry to the saves page. Right, here is our touchable opacity for that add button up there. Let's just wrap this with a link command. That should be enough. With a link component, of course, not command. So link from Expo router and snooze, my friend. Have a good sleep. The href here should go to modal add URL as child. And then we wrap the link around it. And by default, we know this will go to a new page. That is, of course, not what we want. We want it in a cool way. We're cool kids. So instead, we're gonna just copy that one over. So this one, modal add URL, will also be a form sheet. We can set the points once again to 0.5 and 1. Sheet grabber visible. Let's actually set that to true. We're gonna keep the title empty and let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that's good. So 0.5 and here's 0.1. Yeah, we can have those two breakpoints and then close it again. Yeah, and you see, in many cases where you just need this sort of bottom sheet, you don't really need to go for another library, although I really like the Gorham bottom sheet, and we've used it in a previous clone, especially for like modals or other behavior that couldn't be replicated with this, but for general stuff, this actually works pretty good. All right, let's talk about the add URL page. Should we do the UI first? Yeah, well, why not? Maybe we're gonna just need a bit of state here. So let's say const is saved. So that will help us to display the save dialog. Set is saved later on. Use state, of course, this is in the beginning, not saved. Then we need maybe something like is loading. Set is loading equals use state false. We're not loading in the beginning. Then we probably need the router to manually close that page. We had like a little close button on there. And then we also might want to have the current user, because we of course now have integration with our database. So we need to correctly use that as well. That also means we want to grab the database, use SQLite context, and then make sure we can use it with Drizzle, called Drizzle DB equals, I had the lowercase b usually, equals Drizzle, and then pass in the DB. Good. All right, let's also draft a function handle save. We're gonna probably implement that later. Gonna be an async function, and we're gonna have some fun in there. We also want to have something like handle cancel. Actually, we could also do this on the page. We don't really need a function for that. All right, let's wrap our page with styles container. Oh, we don't even have styles yet, right? Yeah, thank you. React Native style sheet. It would be cool if I not only get this line, but it's also automatically updated up here for the shortcut. So anyhow, container styling should just be flex1 and giving the background color correctly. So let's set the background color here to colors.white again. Okay, and we have a perfect white background. Maybe we're gonna have to work on that later, but for the moment it looks okay-ish. Okay, hope that works. Okay, we wanted to have a little close button up here. We could do this like manually, but we can also use stack from Expo router to simply change the UI of this screen a bit. We can't only do this in the layout file, we can also do this always on the page. So let's do it in here. Let's set the header right. And we're gonna go ahead and we're actually gonna wrap this in an empty fragment because we will check if we have saved this page or if it is not saved actually. Then we wanna display this. Okay, then we're gonna have the touchable opacity in here. But if it was already saved, we're on that success screen. And on that screen, we already have a dismiss button. So on that screen, I actually don't want to have anything. We can just say null here. So for that touchable opacity, let's put in a little text here and say close. Okay, looks okay, but probably not exactly how I want to. Let's just do this inline today here. Let's set this to colors secondary. And maybe change the font size to 16 and the font weight to 500. Okay, font weight. Okay, so we got our close button, and of course that one should now trigger with onPress our event here for router.dismiss. Okay, so whenever I click this, we should be able to leave that page. Perfect. So we have our little flow here. Just a little help for people who don't know that you can just swipe this to the bottom. Do they exist? I don't know, but we have to be cautious. Okay, back to our application. After this stack one, we have is saved. So if we're on that saved screen, I actually want to show this. So that is the saved confirmation screen. And that one, did it have like a close? On dismiss, yeah. On dismiss, I want to call a function here. Actually, on dismiss, we can also just pass. Can we do this inline like router dot? If we had the right brackets, I assume we could. Router dismiss. Where did we go wrong here, my friends? On dismiss. Where did we go wrong? Expression expected. Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe there is something entirely missing here. Maybe we should have end in there. Okay, my bad. But this one, this is one too many. Okay, now we got it. So if we are in the saved state, which we are not, but let's try this out. Let's set this to true. Close this. Then we would see this one. And on dismiss, we would close. Yeah, perfect. Okay, this is how starting with the end in mind, right? This is the way. Okay, we got that screen figured out. Now let's do the other one. If it is not yet saved. So if it not is saved, in that case, we have the actual UI with a text input. So let's now wrap this in the keyboard avoiding view once again. Behavior. Usually what you do with the behavior is check if the platform.os is equal to iOS. And if that is the case, you want to set this to padding. And for Android, you want to set it to height. This is also usually what the AI gives you in terms of code completion. Additionally, let's put in some styling. Let's say styles.keyboard avoiding view. Keyboard avoiding view. Okay, then we close this, and then inside we can put all of the other fun that we have, like the views. Let's put this up here, and something is still missing. No, we're good. Okay, let's make sure we just set the flex to 1 in there. Perfect. Can we open this up? Well, we don't have a text input in there yet. So let's say text add a URL. And then below that, we have the text input. And after the text input, we're going to have 2 buttons. So let's draft up the general UI. This one is like the save to pocket button. So let's have a text in there. And that text is dependent on is loading. So if is loading, so if it is like getting the information from the website, we're gonna set this to parsing content. ... And otherwise it will just say by default save to pocket. All right, that is the first button, and the second button should be just cancel. Okay, perfect. This is it's so funny if you create UIs without any kind of styling. Like, nobody would assume that it could look like this eventually, but just like give us 10 minutes and this looks amazing. Okay, to the view, let's call this one styles, style equals styles.form container. And then we're gonna add this already down here. I'm gonna need maybe some like, is it still like, I need to find that setting, and it is so annoying whenever I paste something. Let's set the flex to 1. Let's add some padding horizontal here to that page of about 20 and justify the content in the center. So that looks now like this. The funny thing is, because we're using flex with the this one, even if I increase the height of the view, the height, whatever, it stays in the middle. I really like that one. Didn't I have like an image before? No, we just had this headline. So let's call this one, let's just copy this and put this everywhere. We just have to then rename this accordingly. I should do this all the time. Maybe there's a shortcut for like styles and then something. Huh, interesting. Maybe I should do that. Okay, this is input. Then we have the first touchable opacity. Maybe we call this save button. And the second one, cancel button. And then we have cancel button text. Now I would like to say create styles for every missing item. That should be possible. And I know, I mean, AI would do it exactly like this. But I really wanted to have something else. I like a script here. Input, save button. Then we had cancel button. And we had cancel button text. All right, the title, of course, should be bigger. So let's start with that one. Font size 28. Let's make this one bold. Font weight bold. Then we have the color. So let's set this to colors, text dark. Oh, we have not added the import yet for colors. From utils colors, text dark. It already looks like this. Maybe add some margin bottom of about 30. And that should look fine. By the way, I want to have this in the center, so let's call text align center. Why can't you do this automatically? Okay, let's start actually in the short view. Now, the input is a bit more complicated. Let's set first the background color. And we actually see that we do have a input. Let's use the item background here. Okay, that's better. Now let's start drafting this out. Border radius of 12. We're gonna have some padding horizontal of 20 and padding vertical of 16. Then we already have a nice, decent field here. We can change the font size of that field to be 16. And I wanna have this with a min height of 52. So that should be quite a big input field. Okay. Additionally, we can also set margin bottom on this one. We probably could have also used something like the flex gap here, but I don't know if that would have worked like I wanted to. So that looks good. Maybe we're gonna pass in more information to the text input. So beyond the styles, we can also set the value, which should be my URL. Do we actually have something like that? No, not yet, right? Okay, let's say const URL set URL equals use state. Now I'll set this to something like https galaxies.dev. Or maybe that page won't be parsable. Maybe we're gonna use a tutorial from Galaxies. Let's see if we have something in store. Articles. Yeah, let's use the like React Native text stack. It's a good one. You can point this to anything or you can just set it if you want yourself. So I just don't want to type all the time during testing. Okay, then we can also set my, where is it? My text input value is URL on change text. We're gonna call, of course, set URL to update our state. You can have a placeholder, e.g. https galaxies.dev, and then also I want to set my keyboard type to URL. I want to set the auto capitalize to none because that's really not required, and autocorrect, I don't know. I don't really think we need to autocorrect URLs. That won't really make sense. We can also change my placeholder text color to something like colors.textlight. So with all of that in place, let's close this. Okay, it has a URL, but it doesn't have a URL. We have that placeholder. Okay, looks pretty good to me. Now, what else do we have? We also had the save button. The save button, actually we might need two styles for the save button because it could be disabled as well. So let's check if the if url.trim or is loading. So if one of those is true, I also want to set this to save button disabled. Disabled. Oh, come on. Why is there like brackets everywhere? Yep, that's the one. Okay. So we do have save button and we now have save button disabled as well. Good. Okay, so for the save button, we can use our primary color. But right now it's probably, let's see, if we start again, we're gonna have a URL. So we can start with the it's good case. Let's use colors primary here for the, actually for the save button, let's use, how does it look? Are we using save button? Yeah, we do. Oh, the text should also have a class here. Maybe style equals styles dot save button text, but with a lowercase n probably. That one goes after the save button or after this one. Doesn't matter. I love it when the view comes together. So for the save button, let's add a border radius, make this friend also a bit bigger, padding vertical of 16, and then it becomes already bigger. This should be the background color. Then we already see something, perfect. And then maybe some more margin bottom of 16, so only half of what we previously had. Save button text, as we can see, should be white. So colors white. Then we also need to align it in the center. So text align center. Okay, and then only changing the weight and font. So font size 17, font weight. Oh, this is absolutely not how you pronounce font weight. Maybe we go for like I don't know, 600, really big. Yeah, I think this is how it looks. Now we also need to talk about the disabled state. So in the disabled state, I want to set my background color to, I think we want to set it to text light. That could look cool. So let's see if we're going there. If we don't have a URL, maybe if I need to, let's not set the URL this time. Let's comment that out and use an empty string here. So now it is empty. Why is it still rendering this? Styles should be save button, and if, okay, this should be a function, of course. Yeah, perfect. That also means if this is true here, we should disable the button, and not only visually, but actually calling disabled when this is true. So now I also can't click it. And now it turns back green. Good, good, like it. Okay, we have that in place. That also means I can go with the default again up here. And we can have a URL. So now, okay, that looks good to me. And now only the cancel button is left. So that should just have like a little border that is like an outline button. Maybe we're gonna get something from here and copy something from, oh no, not cut, copy something. In this case, it is text dark, font size 17, font weight, and the rest is fine. But the cancel button should have a background, actually no background color, actually just a border width of 2. And then a border color of colors text dark, comma. Yep, this is how it should look. If it would also perform an action, that would be cool. Okay, yeah, we haven't attached anything. So on press, we're just gonna do the same thing we did in a couple of places, router.dismiss. Okay, cancel, closes this out. Always good to have enough close buttons in your app, right? But again, we can now pull this up and everything stays nicely in the center. I really like that UI, honestly. That's cool. It is just like what we need in that place. Now, what we also need is, of course, the functionality. So let's write that up and then we can see this. Right now we see we have no saves. So let's save something in here. Let's have a little check if the URL is empty, then we will just have an early return here. You could also have an alert. Otherwise, let's call set is loading true to begin our operation or our transaction. Unexpected, the coffee is still warm. That was a very pleasant feeling. Nice. Okay, energized. Actually, it's a decaf, but anyway, I feel energized. So let's continue. With our little try catch here. Catch error. In that case, yeah, let's do just a console.error here with error saving. And then we're just gonna log that out. Hopefully everything turns out fine. And in our finally block, we can then also set my loading back to false. Also, in that case, no, not finally. Yeah, when this is finished, we do this. Okay, so let's first generate a new item ID like we did a couple of times before using the crypto package. Can you automatically add that? No, of course you can't. Why should you? So let's add this manually up here, crypto from Expo crypto, and then say crypto.random UUID. This is the ID for the item we want to save. So first, let's save the URL. Just to make sure we got the basic information. So we call drizzledb insert into my saved items collection, database, table, whatever, with the following values. So the ID is the item ID we just generated. The URL is the url.trim. The user ID is also known at this point. Could potentially be user.id if it exists. Otherwise, we're just gonna set it to 1 as a fallback. And we have set, or we can do like the parsing status and set that to pending because we haven't analyzed the web page. Anyway, at that point we have, what is this? Yeah, this is what I meant. Getting confused here. Okay, at that point, we've only the basic information covered. Now let's also parse the URL and we got everything in place for that. So let's make a fetch request to our API endpoint /API/parse URL. And I hope we have created that before, right? Yeah, parse URL. That will give us everything we need. And to that endpoint, we need to make a post request with the URL in the body. So body JSON stringify with my trimmed URL. All right, that's cool. So now when we hit save, we get that response. Then we should convert that using await response.json as always. Oh, come on. If you mistype once, it's just like, yeah, no, you're getting penalized for not hitting the right keys from now on. Man. Okay, if we do have a successful day and get a nice response from our API, in that case, we of course need to update my Drizzle DB. So let's call await again, Drizzle DB dot update the entry we just made. Basically, we want to update my saved items. We want to call set, interesting one. And now we need to add all the information from our item. So these are the title, the excerpt, the image URL, domain, and I think we had this before, right? When we were on the saved item card. Was it here? Well, no, of course not. It's on the articles feed, right? Yeah, here we go. Here we insert all the fun, including the content. And this time, oh no, I'm not on this one. I'm here, inserting all the information. Parsing status is now parsed. And with that, oh, we need to update the correct item. So we also need to call where equals the saved items.id column is equal to my item ID. This is the one we need to update. If we don't have a successful response, we should potentially update my item anyway. So let's call else update, and we will call set. We set the parsing status to failed because something might have failed, but this is fine now. Okay, in this case, I can also now call set is saved true. I mean, I can also do this in general after the if doesn't matter too much. Yeah, we're gonna call set is saved anyway. Okay, let's see. By the way, nothing in here. Saved items is empty. Let's try this out. Enter. We have that URL. I'm gonna save this to Pocket. Oh no, unexpected token. Is this from me? Potentially. Let's launch into the DevTools. So Pocket clone, add your unexpected token. Is this still relevant? Let's try again. No. Are we actually like using that functionality? I wonder. No, we're not even using handle save. Oh my. Okay, on press, we want to call handle save. Here we go. This is probably better now. So let's do this. Save to Pocket. It's parsing. It's calling save to Pocket. We have the result with all the data. Let's check out our database here. Oh, you're betraying us? No, the item is here. And if we close this, yeah, here we go. There is the item. Even the image is parsed. Really nice. 6-minute read. The content should be excerpt image URL. Is the content? Yep, here we go. This is the content of that page. So all the things we've prepared come now together pretty nicely. And we can now later use this to add any kind of URL, even like from outside, because we have prepared this and we just need to change maybe how the URL is populated when you navigate to that page. But before we come to that, let's also talk about the settings screen so we can navigate a bit more around in the app and finish up our account. The settings screen is in every clone that I build something like a special screen for me because a settings screen is usually quite boring. It's not the essential part of your app and you can just do it in 5 minutes. But a good settings screen can also look very polished, very structured, and quite nice like this. So let's implement something that looks like that. As you can see, we're gonna have a little area with some personalized information, which we get from Clerk. Then we have this block for logout and eventually going premium using RevenueCat in the next chapter. And then we have sort of list items. Now, there is a package to create these kind of list items with Expo UI in a native way, but we're gonna do it still in a more like, let's say, traditional way. Also, there's one more thing that I want to show you, and that is how we can use the React Native legal package. The React Native legal package is quite interesting. It's from CallStack as far as I know, and it allows us to show a view inside our application that lists all the license text from plugins and packages that we use in our application. And the only thing we need to do is to install this and add it as a config plugin. So let's do this. I actually already did this. So the command is bun add React Native legal, or the according npm or npx command. And then you can head over to your app.json and add the React Native legal config plugin. I don't know why it gets this line does not contain a valid plugin. It definitely does, and it should work like this. So after you've installed those two things, you can head over to the settings page. So we already have the user. Let's also have a state for is pro, set is pro, that we will later use. So the user is going to be not a pro in this case for the moment. Yeah, use state, we should get that from. No more imports for me without AI. Okay, here we go. We already got our scroll view in place. We have your account. So probably let's wrap this inside a view and call this one styles.section. And then I notice we don't even have a style object yet. So let's do one down here, add style sheet to the imports, and then put everything that we have in there. Cannot find name view. Oh, the view is also missing. Okay, so here we go. Our container can actually, I guess, stay as it is. Maybe we're gonna do it separately. Styles.container, always good to have one, right? So let's do container, and then we had flex 1, and I will give the container some padding horizontal because that whole page can have padding horizontal. That's cool. So here we go. Okay, moves that to the side, move settings. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, for the section, let's just add a margin bottom. So this is only the top area. So let's add a margin bottom of 40 to our first section. The section is pretty much, where's my preview again? That first part here. So we got your account, the email, and the first two buttons. Now we need a bit of logic there, but that shouldn't be a problem. So first of all, your account, that can stay as it is, but I want to put this here into a separate one. So let's do, how does it look right now? Let's do user and so only if we have a user, we're going to use this styles.subtitle. Only if we do have a text, we're going to render email with the current user email. Now, right now, we don't have a signed in user, so I'd probably sign in. That would make sense, huh? So let me try this, sign up or sign in. Where is it taking us? Oh, we have the redirect and index. Yeah, whenever you do this, make sure you also uncomment the stuff, or you wonder why nothing in your application is working. So let's do this. Let's do a reload, and then of course everything is more. Let me turn on this for a second. Yeah, that's the problem here. I can now import everything again. Let me quickly find my original file for that index. Maybe I can just import everything that I had on that page and put it here. Will that work? Don't need that one though. Okay, here we go. All right, better. Now I'm signed in and I can show you actually the account. So let's now also add the subtitle styling here. So for the subtitle, we just want to make that a bit more, well, gray probably. Let's say font size can stay big. Oh yeah, we need to make your account, of course, bigger. Section title. Section title is really big. Actually, let's change this. Let's go with section title 18 and here we go 14. Yeah, okay, better. So then we can also save for this one, font weight 600, margin bottom of 8. 8, yeah, let's do 8. And a margin vertical as well. Let's do something like 60 and let's see how this looks. Section title isn't applied anywhere. That's why we can't see it. So let's do this. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm not super fine with that one. Let's use color, colors.text dark. Yeah, that's more what I wanted to see. Okay, we got margin bottom. I think that should be fine. So if I now copy this stuff over, actually we'll only use the color, and we're gonna use margin bottom 8 and 16 as well. That looks like a big separation here, honestly. I don't know, it feels like they're very far apart. Also, my subtitle here, yeah, we definitely need text light here. That's already somewhat better, but it's not perfect. I feel like something is missing. Let's check out what is actually our layout file. Have we set up everything correctly? Yes, we have settings, we have the header, large title, and fonts. Yeah, all of that looks good. But my section title, so what is my section title? Your account is my section title. And then we have the section subtitle. Something is off. Section title should be more towards, you see this in my original image? Why is it further to the right? We have the padding horizontal for the container, and we have, we have set the, yeah, this is the style here for the container. Let's see. It looks still not exactly as I wanted to. What do we have? We have content inset adjustment, behavior automatic, and we definitely want shows vertical scroll indicator set to false. But the style should be my container, and maybe it's because, honestly, I don't know why. The section and the section title should be definitely, oh yeah, this should be margin left, of course. Yeah, now it makes a lot more sense. Margin vertical did not make any sense. So now we can follow this up with the actual smallish list below this. So let's call this now the list container. I actually don't know. Yes, we can probably reuse part of that logic. So let's keep it for the moment in there. Let's do view style equals styles.list container. That's what we're gonna call that friend. And then we're gonna check if we are not signed in, and we can reuse that logic. So if we're not signed in, we're gonna have a link that goes to this one, sign up or sign in, but those two now get some styling. So this one will be styles.list item and not style sheet, please. As well as the text, of course. Should have, let's see, we're gonna do it in an interesting way. So I'm gonna reuse the styling of that we're gonna use in other places as well. I will call this item text, and then we might extend that. So let's first of all add these. Can we do? Let's comment that out for the moment, so then we can already see that container. That's better. Okay, that's better. So with the list container, let's see, do we actually need something for the list container? Yeah, probably the border radius. So you can make sure that the border around this block is rounded. And then something else, but for the moment, let's leave it like that. Let's just run into the problem. That's also sometimes fun. So let's do a styling for the list item and give the list items the right background color. Colors.item background. I'm gonna notice something here very soon. You should probably already see this. So let's do something more. Let's do a padding vertical 12 and padding horizontal. Did I forget the comma? Yes, padding horizontal of about 16. Then we're gonna soon notice it. Yeah. So it looks like this, but the border radius here from the list container is not applied. So what we want to do is we will actually set the overflow to hidden here. This will make sure that we are cutting off these rounded borders, and then we can actually see the full beauty of our list item. Let's do a few more things. So the flex direction for these items should be set to row. We're going to have multiple elements in them, and we're going to space them out to the sides. So that means for justify content, you want to set this to space between. So that makes sure that one part will be here, and then they will be separated, and here will be the icon. Okay, that's space between, and also align items center. Good. Now let's also define a min height here of like 44. I like to have a min height, so that looks a bit better. Okay, that is the list item. Now we also need the item text. The item text is pretty easy, so this should be font size 16, and then color. Here we go, color, colors.text dark or something like that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. The problem is this is the regular item, and for this one I actually wanted to have it bold, so we can just extend this here and say font weight, I don't know, like 600. So then we have the list item style, but also we override the font weight. Additionally, now the second one in here should be my icon. I will use Ionicons, name, person, outline, and then for the size, let's change this to 22, making it a bit bigger, and you can also set, the color equals colors. What is? We already had that import. You don't need to do anything. Okay, here we go. That looks good. Now this is the case that we are already signed in, or we are not signed in. If we're not signed in, so we can kind of hide that for the moment because we know it works, and let's create the other version where we are we're signed in and we can go premium. Also, let's do this in another block. If is signed in, and a new one. So this one will be wrapped in an empty fragment because we can have now two things in there. If we're not a pro user yet, then I also want to render a little additional touchable opacity. It probably looks like this, honestly. Maybe we can already do this. So if we're not a pro, we're gonna reuse this. So we're gonna reuse my list item, but now I want to have an Ionicon actually in the front as well. So that one should be diamond outline, and just like this, and this should be chevron forward. Okay, we can keep it like that, and we're gonna use for the text now go premium. I don't want to have it in the center actually. This should be on the left hand side. So what we can do about that is simply extend our item here and say flex 1. Then it goes to the left. Now we have another problem because it's too close to the left. So I will add margin left of like 16, and then we have it positioned a lot better. Okay, that is for the item text. What is our item text? 16? Yeah, that looks good to me. We can probably keep that as it is. The only thing I want is later a touch event to this, but for the moment we can just leave it like that. Now let's do the second button. That should come outside of it. So again, this is a list item. Text this time will be log out. As the icon, we have log out outline. And this time we want to have colors.red, both for the icon as well as for the text. So we're going to set it here, colors.red. How does it look? Not too bad, but can we, is this perfect? I don't know. Well, let's add a function here. Actually, we don't need a sign out function. We can get sign out from use auth. Right, there it is. So to our sign out button on press, we can now say sign out. Okay, let's do this like this. Okay, on press of logout, we log out. We have a bit bigger font size. Yeah, I think that block is actually good. Now, one thing is missing. We might want to have a little divider. So let's put in a view styles.divider. Let's close this immediately. Okay, and for the divider, we can do, guess what? A super thin line. So just go ahead with height, and now not even one. We're gonna use stylesheet, stylesheet.hairline width. That's the thinnest you can get with React Native. And then we're gonna set the background color to, I think I didn't have that. So let's do something like C6, C8. That's really very light. And finally, I want to have little separation here in the front. That's usually what you're going to see in like iOS and stuff. So let's set margin left to 16. So we can mimic that, and we have our thin divider here. Okay, I think that looks good. The easy part is now to simply clone this. We can pretty much borrow some of the stuff. So let's just grab this one. Let's see. We don't need that last part here. We can now do a new section here. We're just gonna call this one app customization. And once you have the styling nailed for one part, it becomes really easy. So you grab your list container now, and within the list container, you're gonna have list items, just making sure we pick like the default kind of icon. Actually, this is here most default-ish like. Don't need the diamond. We don't need this. We just want to have something like, let's call this app icon. We will later be able to change our app icon. We're gonna have a chevron forward. Okay, we see we have app customization here. Every section should probably have a margin bottom. It does. Why is then there no... Am I still in this section? Oh yeah, the list container. I'm still in the list container. This needs to go one level down. Yeah, better. Okay, so now we have a button to go to the app icon. Maybe I want to make this before that one, and then have another one. So again, this could be view style. Oh, come on. Which one? Styles.list item. Now it gets a lot easier now. Maybe you're gonna have a switch in there. So text, style, styles.item text. I don't know. This was in the original app. Open, always open, original view. And then if you want to, just use the switch from React Native. I think I wasn't aware that there's a switch component, but it actually looks pretty okay. We don't have a value. Maybe we should do a little value for demonstration here. So let's say always open original, set always open original. And I'm gonna set use state false in the beginning. Okay, so now we can use that. Where is it? Where's my switch? Switch, here we go. Value, always open original, and on change, you want to call set always open original. That should probably be enough. Oh, come on. No. Oh, it's actually on value change. Better. Ta-da! And you have an easy switch control in your app. And now, again, with this setup, you can just clone this again. And actually, I think we don't really need to do this a third time. I'm just going to show you what I had in here. I just made 4 different links. Or actually, they're the same links. So let's just add that function const open link. Open link. And the open link function is simply going to open a web browser. So did we have that import before? I think we had, but we need to do it manually anyway. So web browser dot open browser async, and then pass in a URL. Let's do galaxies, galaxies.dev, and let's see again. Oh yeah, I had the third one to launch the notice. That is the little fun one I wanted to show you. Okay, so let's save this and let's go to the settings. So our screen, I think, looks pretty legit. We have a switch, we have different sections. I can just open the web browser here. But now, as I told you before, I want to show all the licenses in our application. So we can now bring in additionally the React Native legal package from React Native legal, and in here call React Native legal dot, and there are just two ones, get libraries or launch license list screen. Let's give this a title, OSS notice. All right, and now see what happens when I click this one. It just opens this list. This is everything you need to be like legally compliant with that stuff. I don't know what it pulls in here. Let's see, anything that I actually know? Like, okay, Xcode, yeah, fun. It shows that entire stuff. We have Zustand as well in here. Paul Henschel, whatever, MIT license. And everything was just a click and a config plugin. Really, I like packages that just work. You just install them and they do good for your application. So the React Native legal package is certainly one of those packages. Okay, we have that screen. We can log out. We can soon log in. So these are the functionalities, or actually this one is just the one we need to do with RevenueCat. And here we need to exchange our app icon. So still a bit to do. If you're done with playing around with the settings screen, then continue with the next part. One thing that most applications offer is the ability to change your app icon. And there's actually a very handy package called Expo Dynamic App Icon. Last update 2 years ago. I'm not super happy about that, but it still works as of today. So with this package, we just need to include a specific block in our plugins object, and then we can switch out our app icon on the fly. So go ahead, install Expo Dynamic App Icon. I already did that. And in my app.json, I then listed 3 different icons. I have a default icon here, which is my icon. Then you can also use a dark version and a mono version. And all of them should be in your assets folder. So if you grab the code from GitHub, download the repository, you can bring in the assets, and then you should have access. You also need to do a new prebuild, or at least start that again. And then let's include another page which we can navigate to from the settings stack. So that means I will do a new, let's call this icon.tsx. Okay, thank you. And on that page, we will now try, or actually first let's include it. So I think we had app icon right here. Let's just surround this with the link component, which goes to /settings/icon. All right, and if we go there, yeah, we're automatically on the right page. On that page, we actually just want to show a little way to switch our icons. So this is in general what we want to display. So we're on the settings screen. That means potentially we don't need, we have the large header icon. So let's see, we can do this also on the icon screen itself, by the way. Doesn't matter where we include this, but maybe it's a bit cleaner if we include it here. So let's include another entry now for the, what do we call this? Icon, right? Icon, yeah. Let's give this the title app icon, header large title true, header large title shadow visible false, and for the back title I should think it's automatically settings. Okay, that looks pretty good to me, honestly. Yeah, let's keep it like that. Where's the page actually? Oh, there it was. Okay, here's the icon page. So on the icon page, we want to bring in the functionality, which is get app icon and set app icon from the according packages. Now, I also created and prepared a mix of that, prepared, whatever. We have the icon options. So every icon can have an ID, name, image, description. And then I just made this dummy array of our 3 options. So we have the mono icon, the default one, and the dark one. And based on this, we can now create our view. So let's go ahead and, this is sometimes really helpful, right? Honestly, you really like you have to turn off cursor sometimes, the autocomplete, to understand what it really gave you in the beginning. Anyway, let's get started here. We can do this slightly different. So let's say const current icon equals get app icon. That is actually a synchronous operation, and then we can set our current app icon as well. I also want to add a function handle icon change. Going to be an async function, and this async function will have an icon ID, which is a string, and it will simply call set app icon with that new icon ID, and then I want to also set my current icon. Okay, now for the page, just like before, we want to change this to a scroll view, because if we have a scroll view, we can set our content inset adjustment behavior once again to automatic. And that means, that means if we have the right styling, let's probably add that one as well. So style sheet goes here. And then let's do the usual container styling with flex 1. And I don't even think we need anything else. And we're gonna add that to the scroll view. So styles container. Now I should be able to scroll the page. Shows what that's for. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. But anyway, let's continue for the moment. So let's call this view styles section once again. So this will be my section. Oops. Oh no. Honestly, sometimes cursor is really good and sometimes it's confusing me. I don't know. Okay, so if we had a section down here, that one should have padding horizontal 20 and padding vertical 20 as well. So in there finally goes my little text, which will say select your favorite icon, and that's probably the section title. And for the section title, I want to set the font size to just 16. Still no text import. Here we go. Okay, let's make that a bit bigger. Let's give this the usual font weight, 600. Let's use the dark color and a margin bottom of 16. We don't really need margin left. Just like this. And now I want to render our 3 icons. So let's disable this. This is now just confusing. We want to map simply through my icon options. So let's call the map function here for every icon. And for every icon, we want to create a touchable opacity. Key should of course be icon.id, so they're unique. Then we of course have some styling. And we will have an onPress event, and onPress we will of course call the handle icon change. Oh, let's rename that. I can't stand that. Better. Handle icon change with the current icon. So icon dot ID or name. I think ID probably. Okay, that is my touchable opacity. Okay, then we need a little view for the image. Image, and then we can set the source. Oh, we need to bring in the image, otherwise we don't get code completion. Source of that image will be set to icon.image, and then we need definitely some styling here. So styles.iconImage, and then let's close it. Yeah, we can make this an empty object for the moment. For that icon image, let's see, let's add this down here. That should use flex 1, but as well, no, actually let's do it different. Let's not use flex 1. Let's make this specifically with 60 height, 60, and a border radius of 12. Yeah, somewhat like that. Now we just need to wrap them in our container. We have 3 touchables. We have the section. Maybe we should give the touchable some styling. Let's call, yeah, we're gonna have to make this an array. So we definitely need styles.iconRow. This is the generic styling every row gets. So iconRow styling, probably just a flex layout here. Flex direction row, and then the usual fun. Align items, center. Oh, that was actually a shortcut, nice. Background color. I will use something like this, F5, F5, F5. I don't have anything defined for that. Border radius as well, 12. And padding 16. Then it already looks a lot better. Maybe even some margin bottom, so we have some separation between them. So we don't have gap yet. Let's just use margin bottom. Okay, that looks good. I can click all of them. Now we need a way to see if the row is selected. So let's make one the selected row, and the selected row gets, of course, a different background color. So this one will get something like this. I prepared a value for you. And let's attach this. So every row gets the iconRow styling. And if the where's my selected icon? Oh, the current icon. If the current icon doesn't have the right type, does it? It's a string null. Actually, by default, I want to set this to default. And it's never gonna be null. We don't really need that one. But let's see. So if the current icon is equal to the icon dot, is it name or is it ID? I think ID. In that case, I also want to apply my selected row styling. Let's see if that actually works. If we do a refresh here, let's go there. I mean, by default, that row should be selected, right? Current icon equals icon ID and then selected row. What does it print out? What is the current icon? Current icon default in uppercase, actually. Current icon in default. If I did it like that, would that be the same? No, you're not giving me that. Okay. Well. Let's see. Let's also include the text for the moment and wrap up that row. So after that first one, we have the text, which is the icon.name. Okay, so we need a bit of spacing here. Let's add that, styles.icon name, and then icon name goes down here. And for the icon name, we will make sure that this uses up most of the space. So there might be a check mark here, but still the text should take up all of this space. So we will tell this one to use flex1, font size of 18, font weight of 500, and a color of colors. I guess we didn't import them before, .text dark. Okay, so now probably we just need some margin left here. Like 16 probably. That was what we usually use. Okay, so they're all in place here. My current icon, okay, none of these has the name default, right? So I should probably, if I gave that one, if I gave that one the right name default, then it works. Okay, now we just need to render my little check mark in case the icon is the current active one. So let's say if the selected icon, it's the current icon is equal to icon.id. In that case, please also render my beautiful check mark here. So let's make this a view. I don't know. We should probably wrap this in a view, but let's try it first with just the Ionicon. Check mark. No, let's put something around this. Let's make this a white check mark on a green background. So I will say color white. So You probably wouldn't see it yet. Actually, we do see it in a tiny way there. And then let's give me a view around that one. So the view can get the styles.check container, and that gets a green background color. Then it should actually look pretty nice. Here we go, check container. Let's make this pretty small. Just a width and height of 24 and the primary background color. Okay, so colors.primary. Okay, we need a bit of border radius here. Border radius of about 12, and we also need to adjust the items correctly. So, well, so I can have align items center, align content center. Damn, I thought I would do this, but anyway, that looks good. Although it doesn't look 100% right to me. I don't know why, but something about that feels strange to me. It doesn't feel like it's in the center, or it's not align. Yeah, it's justify content. I got so caught up with all the shortcuts. Yeah, I saw those 2 pixels, my friend. Here we go, that is better. So if I now change this to dark, it marks this as dark, and voila, my app icon has also changed to dark. Let's try monochrome, and the app icon is monochrome. Nice. And let's go back to classic, and yeah, the classic. This one is probably, I mean, it's default actually, because under app.json, we have called that one lowercase default. So now, yeah, now it works. We need to use the right names. Maybe you should have like a fallback if in the first case it is uppercase default, or you check compare the strings with uppercase, something like that. Should work, not too hard. Anyway, this is how we can now do this. By the way, if you're using iOS 26 in the glass effect, you can now have that with Expo as well. There's the icon composer application from Xcode that you can use. Let me see if I have something. Yeah, I previously created one. With that icon composer, you can create a glass icon, and you can save that, and that is actually a .icon file, which is most like a container. And you can specify this with the latest Expo SDK 54 simply in your app.json as the icon for your application. So simply under iOS icon, specify your something.icon, and then it's totally fine. And then you're going to see that your icon becomes a pretty cool glass icon as well. I actually don't know. Yeah. By default, ours doesn't look too bad as well. Is that already? No, that's not a glass icon. But anyway. I want to go back to the default. Customize, go back to default. Yeah, honestly, I still like the default. So this is how you can change your app icon dynamically. I hope that package continues to work for the foreseeable future, or somebody takes ownership of it and upgrades it to the latest versions. But nonetheless, another checkmark, another part of our app done. Now it's time to spice up our application so we can actually make money from our app, and we're gonna use RevenueCat to do that. RevenueCat is hands down the best solution you can use if you want to monetize your applications with in-app purchases, subscriptions, and anything else. I use RevenueCat for all of my own applications as well, and as far as I know, even native developers usually just use RevenueCat because it's that easy, and you can get started completely for free up until, I don't know, free up to 2.5K in monthly monthly tracked revenue. None of my apps is at that point. I'm essentially using RevenueCat for free all the time. And you get you benefit from all the great things. And once you start making that much money, honestly, you can afford $25 per month for this service. So if you want to use the link below this video to create your RevenueCat account, and then I'll walk you through a couple of steps and things you need to prepare in order to get our application connected to our real app. So where do we begin? Well, this is from a previous one. Now, the problem is that usually you want to create a new project here. Let's call this one Pocket Video. Okay, first thing, second word already wrong. Now, in that new project here, you want to create an app config. By the way, you can also by now have a web configuration. I think in one of our previous videos, the LMS clone, we actually used the web support from RevenueCat, which simply enables you to use Stripe on the web and the same SDK. That was really great as well. Check that out if you're interested in that. Now, then this walks you through a process to connect your app from iOS or Google Play Store. For the moment, we're just going to use Apple Way. You can, of course, also do it for Android if you're on not on a Mac. So let's click App Store, and then we need our app bundle ID. That one's usually in your app.json, so the bundle identifier here, or on Android, it's not even specified, but it would use the same. So you could set this for Android as well. This is my one. Then we need, maybe we can make this a bit bigger, and I will move this to the side so you can definitely see everything. We need a P8 key file from the App Store Connect. And the cool thing is that Revenue got so much better over time that it's now smart enough to use one of your existing keys. So I can just use like my previous one here, and it will automatically fill in the details. Now, if you don't know, or if you're doing this for the first time, they have great guides walking you through everything, like how to generate an in-app purchase key. Just go to here, App Store Connect, even with pictures. Really, you can't go wrong if you just follow the process. And then for every step here, it's usually outlined how exactly that works. Then we have an app shared secret, use with StoreKit is now deprecated. Well, if you're using, actually you don't really need that. Then we have the App Store Connect API. Once again, I will use my existing API key and I will hit Save Changes. This creates my new application, and I can now already go to my API keys and here see my key. This is the one I want to have. So now I will head over to my env file and say Expo, let's call this public RC Apple key. Or of course, in your case, if you're using Android, you might want to put in Android. And then we've added that to our application. Now, there's another step we need to take, especially for iOS, but also for Android. And that is how you get your app to the store. On iOS, that's called App Store Connect. So how do I get my app there? Well, the easiest way at this point for iOS is to run the command npx or bunx test flight. If you bunx test flight, that command pretty much walks you through the entire process using the EAS CLI, signing in with your credentials, generates an EAS, no project found, then it creates a new project in EAS, then it generates all the required data in here, it makes a build, it also uploads it to App Store Connect so you can finally see your app, and you can also, from of course your application in Expo, so this is now using the Expo EAS application services, you can make a submission easily either to the Android App Store, Android Play Store, or the iOS App Store. That then creates your entry. So just like this right here in my App Store Connect account. I haven't filled in any other details here. The only thing I did is under in-app purchases or under subscriptions, I created a subscription group. I called this one, let's zoom in a bit so you can see this better. I called this one Premium here. So I know I skipped a couple of steps, but this probably otherwise takes us away from the application for like 20 minutes. So essentially you have to build your application once and get it into the stores so it generates these projects, because only in those projects, both on the Play Store and App Store Connect, you can configure the actual subscription items. So far, you can't do this yet completely in RevenueCat. I wonder if one day that will be possible, because they're already handling a lot, and I think maybe one day with the APIs and stuff, it could be possible. Anyway, EAS and Expo already makes that pretty easy. Additionally, we also need to install one command. So here's the command: install the React Native Purchases and the React Native Purchases UI package. I hope I already did that. Let's check it out under my package.json, React Native Purchases and Purchases UI. Yeah, perfect. If you don't want to do the test flight way, this would be the manual way. So you log in with your EAS account, you initialize a new project, and then you let it build. And once that build is finished, you can then send it to your App Store Connect or Play account, and then you should have your new entry in there. Okay, coming back to this. So what I did in here is I created simply 2 subscriptions. I named them monthly and yearly. I added a localization with just some data here, just a string. And most importantly, I have my product IDs here. This is the recommended way from RevenueCat to set it like a name, then the price of the subscription or what it is, and then followed with like what it gives. Okay, so Pocket $3.99 Pro. That means I've set this up now to be a monthly subscription for 1 month, which is at the price $3.99 in some countries. In other countries, of course, accounted for their local currencies and stuff. And then I just gave it a name. And I actually also added 1 screenshot. Usually this is required here in App Store Connect to get this to the state of ready to submit. If you're still in the missing metadata state, then either you forgot like selecting a duration, or maybe you didn't fill in the localization string here, like the name, or you forgot the review screenshot. One of these 3 areas is usually the reason. Here's my yearly subscription set to 1 year subscription duration, and again, just a price, a name, and down here screenshot. Because I'm not sending this actually to review, I just dumped in a random screenshot. Okay, so these are the items that you need to set up. And again, if you're on Android, you have to set them up correctly in your account. But that's not a problem if you go through the documentation here from RevenueCat. Really, it takes you by the hand. For Android, it actually takes a bit longer because you have to specify some items for your application, fill out a lot of forms, but creating the items is then not a problem, but it can sometimes take like 24 hours until they're available through the API, just as an information. Okay, once you got all of that in place, let's head over back to RevenueCat. So we are inside our application, and now we want to dive into our product catalog. So in here we can now create our offering and our products. Let's see, let's create the products or the entitlements first. Let's create the products, okay? The cool thing is I can now choose my app and I can import the products. As I said, it's getting easier every time that I use RevenueCat. So now it's fetching this from Apple, it's using my keys and information, and voila, my 2 items are here. I can just import them, click import, and they are here. Now, these are just the products. The entitlements is something we haven't connected or created yet. So let's create an entitlement now. I will call this premium. So access to pro features or something like that. And this is the entitlement. This is something a user can have. A user can have a pro entitlement. And now I need to attach my products that basically grant this entitlement. So let's click attach and attach both of our products to that entitlement. So if the user purchases monthly or yearly subscription, they now have the entitlement pro. And finally, we also should create an offering. This is like a package of things you offer. Usually I just make one default, but you can use this for testing different prices out. So let's hit this one. This is like, yeah, this is the standard package. The users won't really see this. This is more like for you internally. Then we select monthly, and I will select my monthly product. And I will also add a second package for annual with my annual product. Description, yeah, annual pro package. Okay, and this is the monthly pro package. All right, let's hit save. And then we have our offering. So this offering includes the 2 products we've set up previously. And again, the products are then connected to their entitlement. Now, what you could do at this point is you could dive into your application. We have the key set up correctly. And we have my app here as well. I will now actually make a build of my app for my device, because I can't really test in-app purchases in the simulator. They might be displayed, so that is okay, but there won't be I won't be able to purchase them from the simulator. Now, couldn't install pods using, that's always good. If your day starts like that, you know you're gonna have a long day. This can come from some version issues. Let me check what I previously used. I used 9.3 previously. 9.4 should be fine in my eyes as well. Oh, what's going on? Yeah, it's still doing its stuff. Okay. So what you could do is you could now use the SDK from RevenueCat, and we've done this probably in one of our earlier clone videos. Use the SDK to simply fetch our package, the default offering that we had, and then with that offering, grab the attached products and then display the information for the products. So here's the process outlined. So the React Native purchases for Android, set the correct launch mode for Android. You want to make sure that you got that right. And then you can import purchases. You might have to include the right billing permissions for your Android project. That's actually quite important because otherwise there will be some issues with the build. So you definitely want to do that. And then in the next step, we would configure our SDK. That's actually something we should do right now. In fact, I should have done this before I made my build. But anyway, we can do this now. This is something we both need to do, but what we're gonna do after that is not directly displaying this, but instead using a paywall. I'm gonna show you how that works because it is so freaking easy. But for the moment, let's configure this. So there's actually this nice handy block. So let's bring it in. We're gonna head over to our topmost layout file. Where is it? Up here. Let's close all of that. And then let's see. We're gonna do this here in the layout. Okay, the import should probably not be in there. Should probably be up here. And then we can have this use effect block. Can I copy this? Thank you. All right, let's see. Use effect, yeah, platform from iOS. We have use effect. Something feels wrong in here. Probably because this doesn't look right. Yeah, that's the one we want to fix. Okay, if you're building for Amazon, be sure, yeah, we're not. I'm not building for Amazon. You're most likely 99% of the time you're gonna build for iOS and Android. So for iOS, we can now set this to my process variable. So I can say process.env dot something, whatever we called that. Let me look it up before I use a wrong key. Okay, so I used this one. And that will actually be set, so I'll use an exclamation mark. For Android, you could set it to your Expo public Android key or whatever. For the moment, I will leave it like it is. Additionally, yeah, we have the log level verbose, which helps us during debugging. And one thing we now want to do is, if we follow this along, yeah, is actually by now the recommended way to present a paywall. However, before we present the paywall, I would also like to attach any potential information that we have to the user. So in my tabs layout, I will do another use effect block. Or actually, we could reuse this one. So if we do have a user, we already identify our user to Sentry to enrich the debugging information and the monitoring information we might get. But now let's also bring in the purchases package. And within the purchases package, we can now also call purchases.login. And this is not actually logging in the user, but it's setting the current user to user.user.id. This helps to make a connection between the user that made the purchase and the user that's logged in. So you don't really need any backend logic at this point. We can make a connection through this one. I also had a logout functionality before, but I found in the docs that you don't really have to do this. Let's try. If I write purchases.logout, I think there's actually an information in there. Logs out the purchase client. So you're gonna say this will generate a random user ID. So yeah, that was the point that, I don't know, like random users already had a random user ID, and if they're signed in, they have an app ID. I found that I don't really need that. Like that was the short answer. Okay, I can now call my reflector application, and I will be hopefully able to get my app up and running. So I usually can't initially see my application on my device. I always need to scan the QR code. That used to work like a year ago. I pinged Expo about that before, and I don't know. So far, there's no fix. I always have to scan this at least once from my device. Anyhow, let's see. How can I get my app now to show up here? Simon's MacBook Pro. Oh no, that's not something we want to do. Yeah, that is better. All right, here's my application on my actual device using the Reflector app, in case you want to ask. I can now sign in, or I can not sign in. It doesn't actually matter, but maybe if I go with the sign in, actually I think before, yeah, it used the native sign in when just like uses this one. That's pretty cool. So close, and we're inside. Okay, great. Now, what do we actually want? We want to get that user to be premium. Let's take a look at a couple of the logs here. What is my iPhone? I actually don't know. This probably. So here is the verbose information from RevenueCat. Let's see if we can find something interesting in there. A lot of initialization stuff. Update customer information. Yeah. Not too much helpful stuff yet. But no problem, we're actually not really making any helpful requests yet. This time we're gonna do it slightly different. So in the past I always had like a RevenueCat provider around the app. And this is actually what I've shown you before with the pull request from Sentry Seer. So the way I know I implement it is a bit easier, and Sentry made a bit more complicated one. Maybe we should, still should do this. Maybe after all, Seer had a point with that one. So let's see, let's check out the RevenueCat provider. Can I just like view that file, give me the raw code from that one? And let's do, what did they call it? Let's put this under, what's the folder for that one? Maybe providers. Providers/RevenueCat provider.tsx. And let's see what Seer implemented. I will not approve your PR. I will claim this as my own win, not as the AI win. So the whole point of this provider is to make sure that our application is correctly initialized before we actually use it. So therefore we have is initialized around the children. Couldn't we make this even better? Like if we're not initialized, if not is initialized, we just return something else, like return null, and then wrap this around our application. Let's see if that works. So let's go back to, so then we don't need to configure it up here. We could actually wrap this, I don't know, somewhere around our application. Doesn't matter too much. So let's do the RevenueCat provider here around the keyboard provider. And let's see, my application still loads, which is usually a good sign. So what changed? In this case, we're configuring the purchase here. That can work, but if we immediately are using purchases here in the next layout, purchases might actually not yet be configured because we're not really waiting for this to be done. Now, with my provider, we make sure that, okay, we're calling the same stuff, we're configuring it just like before, and only once this is finished, we set is initialized to true. So that means we will only render the next children once our initialized is true. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And again, thank you, Sentry Seer, for pointing that one out. However, we can still have some other functionality in a different file. So under utils, let's do a new paywall.ts because I really wanted to have this in an easy fashion. And let's bring in the same fun like before. Let's bring in purchases from React Native purchases, and now we're using the RevenueCat UI. How does it work? Let's export an async function and call that one present paywall. All right, export async. Actually, let's do it. I like to do it like this. I'm old school. Actually, that's new school. The other way would probably be old school. Anyway, to get a paywall to be displayed from RevenueCat, you simply say something like the result could be paywall result equals await RevenueCat UI present paywall. There's also a present paywall if needed. We could probably wrap this into another function, but for the moment, that's all. Okay. That's everything to display our paywall. Honestly, we could end in right here because this line is everything you need to display the paywall in your application that we will configure in a second in RevenueCat. Now, if we look at the documentation, they probably have, what is this? This is iOS. Wasn't I just, I was just on, how can I go back to the SDK? Maybe here, React Native. Yeah, here it is, present paywall. Or you could also have this slightly different with a specific offering that you fetched from RevenueCat before. Then you could change what is passed to that paywall. Finally, you would use this switch here to distinguish the paywall result. So paywall result actually comes from React Native Purchases UI as well. Thanks for removing that. Paywall result. Okay. And this one closes it. So now you can handle all these cases, canceled, what you want to do with purchased. You maybe want to do like a little alert or send the user to a thank you page, something like that. And again, you could also have it set up slightly different. So let's say const present paywall if needed. In that case, the cool thing is sometimes you have like places in your application. For example, let's say the user can only have 3 saved articles in our Pocket clone. You could then use the present paywall if needed with somewhat the same setup, but you would now simply say present paywall if needed. And this one will check if the required entitlement is already met. So if the user has the premium entitlement, the paywall wouldn't be... Okay, sorry, that came kind of spontaneous. So this will check if the user has the premium entitlement. So the paywall will only be presented if this entitlement is not active, meaning if the user is pro, nothing would happen. But if the user is not pro, we would show the paywall in those cases. So you don't need like an if-else statement in your code anymore. You can just do it with this simple line. Pretty nice. Finally, let's also export a little function here. Let's export const is user premium for a quick check to see if a user is currently premium. We say const customer info, so you can always grab the customer information from RevenueCat using the purchases SDK and then call get customer info. And we would then return whether the type of customer info dot entitlements dot active at the position or at the key premium is unequal to undefined. So this is a bit ugly probably, but there's not really a way to check, like have type safety for the entitlements. Maybe that's something that could happen in the future, but then the RevenueCat SDK will have to like generate a TypeScript configuration. I mean, it's not impossible. TypeScript, RevenueCat, if you're watching, it's not impossible to make this strongly typed. But right now, this is like all we need. It will check if that key is present in the entitlement. We could also lock out the customer information. Then we would see it. Now we can finally hook this up to our UI. So under settings, Let's see, under settings, we could now gather whether the user is pro. We already get this here, right? But we're gonna make an async operation. So let's do another use effect block. Okay, use effect, empty dependency array. So this runs once. And then we could check is user premium. Then we wanna call set is pro with the result. Okay, so is user premium gives us that result, and then we'll update our is pro value. Our is pro value is currently used here. So if the user is not pro, we should see this diamond whatever thing, otherwise not. Okay, the last missing piece here is now to actually create the paywall. And that is pretty easy. If we go back to our Pocket video, let's do a new paywall. So this is now the paywall editor version 2. We select our default offering, and within here, let's make this a bit bigger. You can either start from scratch or you can use one of the templates here. Actually have a web purchase. I didn't know about that. Okay. In-app purchase, so there's a little filtering here. We can have only one tier or multiple tiers. Yeah, if you have multiple tiers, you're gonna see like this yearly, monthly thing. Let's just look at everything. Let's look at everything. Okay, so these are the available ones. This one actually has a trial thing. We don't really have that. This doesn't look too bad for our case. They all look good. We could probably get away with all of them. This one actually looks pretty legit. We have yearly and monthly options. I think that could probably work for us. This one also looks pretty easy. Experience Pro today. Maybe we're gonna use that one. That looks even easier. There's so many this is also pretty generic. Maybe we're gonna do that one. It also has a restore. So many templates. Like, when did you do all of them, RevenueCat? Okay. We are in the template or the paywall editor. Let's call this, yeah, Simon's Pocket paywall. It doesn't really matter. It's using our offering here. That is the important part. And now we can dive into this. We should see that, okay, this is actually already connected to our annual pro package. And if I select the monthly option, let's see, this is the monthly. We're gonna show which one is selected by default. Yeah, it probably makes sense to have the annual one selected by default. We can then name this Get Pocket Premium. And then we can do any sort of features here. Did I previously fill that out? I don't know how I called them before. Let's check this out. I think I made like a screenshot from that as well. So premium, like, okay, let's call this one permanent library of everything you've saved. And then you can just go ahead. If you don't want that, just remove it. So go here, delete. If you don't want the subline, you can say, hey, this one means ad free. And you can go here, no more annoying ads, and so on. You can pretty much define everything. You can even define what happens like when you press back or so. Let's see, here's the button. So it could be navigate back, restore purchases, or navigate to. That could actually be helpful. Like if you have navigate to and then you go to like a different page, that would be pretty cool. Anyway, you definitely want to have a restore button, and you want to make sure that your privacy policy and your terms of services are correctly connected. So this one, navigate to a URL. You want to set this to something. So let's set this to like my GitHub repository here. Okay, open external browser for privacy and for terms as well. Okay, did I hit save here? Yeah, probably. I also want to save this already. And then, so it's not showing the right values, but that's not a problem because the text field is actually set to a template variable like product.price per period something. You can always hit add variable and then you want to find like everything that you need. If I'm covering this with my head, So in here, you can find the different values. You don't want to code this up to be like 399, then you're gonna definitely run into some problems. Now, of course, you can also check this out, how it looks in other ways, how it looks on tablet, or how it looks, for example, with dark mode. This one looks actually like this is not made for dark mode. Usually they have certain dark mode implementation. Yeah. Sometimes you might have an introductory offer where you have like, you can start for free, promo offer, multiple, like you can pretty much preview everything you want with this paywall editor. And you can also later make changes. The only thing that I have to, and that I already sent as a request to RevenueCat is that, you see, it's using like a red color across this application. And that's usually somewhere defined down here, like the badge set to background. What I would like to have is like a premium secondary color that I can define somewhere here, like general settings for this template. This is the only complaint I have about the paywall editor. And I'm pretty sure that should be possible for the future, because right now, whenever I style one of these paywalls, I'm like, okay, I have to copy my primary color here and there and there and there. And it would be cooler if it was just like the essential parts would be set to that primary color. Nonetheless, that's really crying on a very high level. Let's now hit publish paywall. This is only possible with one of the specific SDKs. We have 8.11 for React Native purchases, yeah. And your paywall has been published successfully. Good. So let's do a little test here and see. This is my application running on a device, and let's try to go premium. Did I get anything? Siri request done? Okay. Yeah, it's probably the application might have not been built with the correct. Am I actually calling this yet? Let me see. Before I troll myself. Yeah. We're on the settings and is pro. Nope. Of course not. Is pro is not doing anything. So let's change this. On press, we want to call present paywall from my utils package. Alrighty then. Can we refresh here? Just shake your device for refresh. Okay, brings us inside Go Premium. And am I presenting the paywall actually? Okay, we see the products. Your products are configured but aren't approved. That is not a problem. That is usually not a problem. Why are you not yet showing them? Let's see. Maybe it didn't do a complete refresh here. But the diamond is now calling present paywall. Let's do a little log here just in case. Present. Poor man's logging at its best. Okay. What was that for an error? I don't know. Yeah, we're calling present. We're just not presenting the paywall. Maybe the paywall isn't live, or I made a mistake here. Let's see. It should be published. It's in the Pocket video. It is published. It's up to date. I'm pretty sure I made a mistake here. What is this? Oh yeah, this is actually the. Oh, what is this? Is this my simulator? This is my simulator as well. Oh, the simulator build isn't even up to date. So let me make sure my builds are all up to date here, and then we're gonna see the paywall. All right, I've rebuilt my application. Let's try it out again. Finally, here it is. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our paywall, the one we just configured here in the browser. Permanent library of everything, ad-free, everything we specified in here. And honestly, this feels really rewarding, and it is so easy to set this up yourself. Because you can also just like test things, you made changes in here. You don't have to do anything else about the implementation in your application from now on, really. You can just try this out. So I could now make that purchase. Actually, you need to be like in testing mode. So you see, I can now subscribe. I don't know actually what my password here is. Let's give this a shot. I have no idea what my password is. This one's probably wrong. Yeah, that's not the one. Maybe this one. So sign in. Let's see. Oh yeah, we made the purchase. We made it. I didn't expect to remember the credentials. Your purchase was successful. So now we should actually be also able to go to customers and see, are we in sandbox mode? Yes, okay, I'm fine here. Let's go to sandbox. Maybe the webhook hasn't come through, or maybe we didn't set up the webhook correctly. But we certainly just made a purchase. I'm not sure if I'm right now in like debug mode, sandbox mode, or not sandbox mode, but I definitely just made a purchase. I swear. Why is it not showing up? No customers. I am very sure that we do have a customer. So maybe this shows up a bit later. As you can see, we did it. It's probably in that one's maybe, but it did say we did made the purchase. So I feel very confident that we did it. If I do a refresh here, let's check out our logs once again. Oh, come on, let me press J again. iPhone 16. And now for our user, if we at some point lock the user object here, we should see that this user actually has an active subscription, and under entitlements active, the key premium is set. So now that means it should in theory return true. Yep. And we don't see the purchase button up here. So we definitely made the purchase. I'm not entirely sure why it's not displayed here, because usually it is displayed, even if it's like a sandbox subscription or something. But if I go to like the previous one, the Pocket, I think I made one before here. In there, we should... Oh, we're also not seeing the purchase here in there. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I think I did this before. Anyway, you see, I'm using it for all kinds of my application. Again, RevenueCat is my go-to tool. And you've seen that it just takes like half an hour, 45 minutes to configure this. Even if this is your first time using RevenueCat, they will walk you through the steps of setting up like the purchase keys for App Store Connect and how you create your service credentials for the Play Store. It's really no magic. Yes, it is a process you have to go through, but it's usually one you have to just do once per app. And actually it gets easier for your second and third app because you can just reuse that information here. Whenever you do a new application, you can just reuse some service credentials from the previous one. You can import all the information into your application. And now it's showing me 2 customers. I would love to see my new customers. I just can't see them. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Maybe they show up later, or maybe I haven't correctly configured like the webhook from App Store Connect back to my application, something like that. Could be potentially the reason, but I hope this gave you an impression of how easy it is to use RevenueCat for in-app purchases in your application. And once you're done with this, or if you want to skip this, let's continue with the final parts of our clone. We now want to implement one of the essential functionalities of the Pocket clone of the original application, and that was when you use Pocket on a device or you browse Safari, Chrome on your iPhone or Android device, then you could just hit share, and from that share select Pocket, just like you can now share to Instagram stories or whatever. And we are going to use the Expo Share Intent plugin. Let's give this one a star if you're using this. And this is the Expo Share Intent, allowing sharing URL, text, images, videos, and files to your iOS and Android app using a simple high-performance native module. I know that Evan Bacon also has the Apple Expo Targets module, but I found this one to be, for this specific use case, actually even better to use. So what we need to do is do a couple of installation commands. So I already summed them up. You need to install the Expo Share Intent, you need the Expo linking package, and we also need the patch package. The patch package, yes. Okay, additionally, we need to add the Expo Share Intent to our app.json. So let's bring that up. App.json, dynamic icons. We got quite a few config plugins by now. Okay, Expo Share Intent. And then there's one key we want to set. By default, configure a scheme. Do we already have a scheme? Yeah, we have the scheme Pocket app. That seems good to me. Then we need to do a pre-build. Yeah, we're going to do that in a second. And this is how we use it. Additionally, yes, these are the ones, the activation rules. Let's see, let's bring them in. Let's just copy them here. Okay, so these are the rules that allow or tell the share extension what can be shared. So web URLs, web pages, images, movies. I actually all don't want that stuff. I only want web URL with a max count. So I just want one web URL. For Android, you can also set a specific filter here if you want to. Now, with all of that in place, as they said, we need to do a pre-build, and we should do -- clean. As far as I know, Expo does not Expo share intent, does not please refer. Yeah, I hope it works. They might probably should update this soonish. Is there already a pull request for like SDK 54? Yeah, support Expo SDK. So I assume very soon we're gonna have support, but I hope it will still just work like this. At least it did in my testing. Okay, during build, we already see that this creates the share extension here. No development found in main. The developer will need to manually add dev team. No development team. Where would I usually set up my development team, I wonder? And I also can't remember that I did that before. So let's just hope it works like this. Okay. Do we need anything else here? I don't think so. So let's run this now. No, we need the patch package stuff. Right. We installed the patch package for a reason. Let's go to the usage. Because we need to patch one specific package. Is it outlined here? With Expo router, you need to handle, yeah, okay, here's an example, that's good. Building with EAS, config failed, Expo Go, Google sign in, iOS custom view. Where is that patch package stuff? Oh, requirement. Oh, right, here it is. Copy the Xcode patch to your patches project. So where is that one? It's this one. Let's get this code here, or let's just download the file actually. Maybe download raw file. And then from there, we can probably bring that into our application. So we need a patches folder. Let's do one, call it patches. And to that folder, we wanna, where's my download? Where's the file I just downloaded? Here it is. Okay, make sure if you download it twice, you don't have the extension. And additionally, we need to configure this correctly in our package.json. So as far as I know, we should have a post install script now. So let's do that as well. Post install patch package. Since we already installed the stuff, let's just run this bun run post install. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh my. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, so this applies some patches to our Xcode project. And now I hope that we can run my application on my iOS simulator once again. Okay, this is building. Simulator is coming up. That's good. Now, we aren't handling anything related to the share intent yet. That is what we have to do now. So by now, if we build our app, we should potentially show up in the share dialog. So if we're using Safari and we go to a page on Galaxies, we should be able to, let's see. No Safari for me. No, I'm not allowed to use Safari. Okay, here we go. We're on React Native Dev. It actually doesn't really matter where we go. Let's just put anything in here. This would be my React Native tech stack post. Good. So we need two things. We need to catch our intent correctly. And for this, we want to go into the tabs layout. So in here, I want to add the hook that this package gives us access to. Let's snooze this again. Let's say equals use share intent. We installed the package, right? I'm just curious if we actually did, but I think so. Use share intent. Here we go. Use share intent context. That's the one we want. And from that one, we can actually get has share intent. That will tell us if the app was open with a specific share intent. We can also get reset share intent because we don't want to have it like constantly open with that share intent, or you can also have the error. Now let's add a use effect block in here. Use effect. Okay. And as the dependency, we're gonna use has share intent. So if we do have a share intent, this use effect will be triggered. Let's make sure that if has share intent is now true, and the share intent, so that is the actual object dot type, is web URL. So I only want to handle this. You could also handle other cases, but right now we only want to handle web URLs, and the share intent actually does come with a web URL. If all of that is set, we have an intent. Let's log this out here as well. And we could now simply call the Expo router. So let's grab it. Cons router equals use router from Expo router. And call router.push. And we will push our modal page. So we're going to push the modal add URL page. And I will simply add a param here and call this one intent equals and then an object. And I want to make sure, because we're passing information in the URL, that I call encode URI component on my share intent dot web URL. And if that is not set, I will just use it. But it has to be set at this point, right? It kind of has to be set. Okay. Once we've done that, we should also call reset share intent. As I said, this kind of clears the cache again. So next time the app starts, it doesn't think it still has a share intent. That's the main reason here. Okay. Maybe we're gonna not do this for the moment. Maybe just gonna do it like this. So if we now try this out, is our app actually built? No, it's still building. So that gives us some time, because I think we still need to wrap the share intent provider correctly around my app. We should do this maybe at the highest level here. So let's see down here. After, I don't know, something, we call the share intent provider, and we're going to place this around the keyboard. I think the actual location here doesn't matter too much. So app is building, that's good. Let's see here. Here's the app. We have saved this one before. Can I delete this? How can I delete this? Let's open Drizzle Studio. I love it, really, for the simplicity. You go here, saved items, delete, and voila, everything is gone. Good. Okay, if we now go back to this Safari here, and click share, I hope it shows my Pocket app. It does. So if I select Pocket app, this goes to an unmatched route. So something is wrong here, and what I found in the documentation is that we can now create a new file here, which is called +native intent.ts. This is a specific file that will be handled by Expo router. I've used that file before, and usually you say export function or export function redirect system path, and then in here you have a path and you have an initial. And this is both going to be a string. So path is a string, initial is a string as well. And then you have your actual function. So let's put out native intent here and then do a little lock here. Actually, the thing that I found is that in the documentation of the share intent, so here's the way to use the provider and stuff and whatnot. And they have this example for Expo router where they have this native intent file. Here it is. In that file, they have this. So if the path includes data get extension key, then you're going to do something. So this is what they did. Get share extension key from the package. But here comes the deal. I found that I actually don't need to return anything to make that work with our logic in the tabs bar. Potentially, if you want to go to a specific page, you could now go to like that exact page. So in their example, they're going to /share intent, which is a page here. But I actually don't want to go to a page. I just want to make sure that we're sort of handling this. And I found that this way actually works better. So let's see, I will still go here. Let's do a little refresh of my app. Okay, we're still here, everything's fine. And let's go back here. Actually, I will reload that page also. Let's do share to my Pocket app. And now we see we're getting into the page. And if we inspect the logs here, we should see that, maybe we should change RevenueCat to not be verbose, but we do have an intent here, okay? And this intent has all the information. Here's the text, the type, the web URL, everything that we need. So we can now just pass that information correctly to our details page, just like we had anticipated here. And on my page, we should be able to extract the information. So on the add URL page, we can now simply get this. Let's say const intent equals, and there's now just making use of use local search params from the Expo router package. So we expect to have an intent, which is a string, and then close this. And we could now use that intent right here to set our initial state. So we either use the intent or we use an empty string. If I now hit save, we already see this comes up. Okay, why is it coming up? Well, pretty easy. Let's do it again. And I can also show you that if we go to this page here, which was the React Native dev blog, let's do a share, use my Pocket app, and voila, it immediately pre-fills that object. We can hit save and we have that article right here. Isn't that a cool way? I really like that one. I think I never hooked into this one and created a share extension, but I feel like I should definitely do this in the future. And now everything works together with our API routes, with the parsing, with the storage, and our Pocket app really comes to life and has like all the essential functionalities of Pocket in the past. So at this point, you kind of should be able to really clone that app and build a new version of that, because they shut down and maybe you want to have your own app, or you take your spin on the original idea and do a couple of things. So as you can see, we just need this one. Make sure you reset your share intent. And if you're doing this for Android, also, of course, set the right intent filters as described here. And if you encounter problems, check out the troubleshooting down here. Just make sure really you do a new pre-build, you do a clean pre-build, because we changed the app JSON and therefore also our native projects. All right, pretty cool functionality. Let's finally wrap this up with a details page for our articles. From authentication, UI design, premium purchases, error monitoring, and app extensions and shares, we have everything in the Pocket clone that we need for the actual functionality. The last missing piece is this: clicking on the article and displaying the cached version. For this, we're gonna finally install two more packages. We're gonna install React Native Fast Shimmer and React Native Render HTML. So I thought about using Expo DOM components to render HTML, but that was actually not the perfect use case here. At least for me, that didn't really work at all. So install those two packages, and these two packages are, one, the Fast Shimmer is from CallStack, a pretty cool loading shimmer. So we can just display that shimmer component on our page. And the second one is the React Native Render HTML. It will, of course, render the HTML that we have stored from the article. So let's do this, install the packages, and then let's create a new page. Actually, I want that page to break out of my tab bar. So I will now simply create it at the top. Let's call this saves and then id.tsx. So we got this saves folder and this one. So make this a page. And then let's grab const id equals use local search params from Expo router. And then we should already be able to display the ID here. Let's hook this up to our item. So that should be the saved item card, I guess. And around our item container, maybe not completely around, maybe here. Oh, we actually had this already. Nice, thank you. So, yep, link component should point to saves/item. So if we go there, we already have it up here. Maybe we want to tweak that UI a tiny bit. So let's go into our top layout. Again, this is now not part of the tab bar, but part of the actual stack here. So let's just grab an entry and let's put one down. So this is for saves/ID. So you always really want to have the name of that file in there. We don't need anything about the presentation for the content style as well, but we might want to change the title of my save space, or let's just change the header back title to make sure that this one always shows saves. And I want to change the header tint color to be colors.textdark. Text dark. Okay, let's see. Yep, that looks like the official application. Perfect, good. With that in place, we can head over to the ID page. So we already get the ID. We also need the width of this view for some calculations later. So let's get it, use window dimensions from React Native. Okay. Oh my, what did happen here? Okay, then we have some state. We have the article and set article. This is going to be a saved item, I think. Saved item or null. And then we're gonna start with null. What's wrong with that? Nothing, good. Okay, next state is for loading. So loading, set loading, use state false in the beginning. Or maybe we wanna set this to true actually, because we need to work on that. Then we should also get the article content. So let's say const article content, set article content equals use state. This is going to be just a string. And then we also need content loading. So content loading, set content loading, use state, and guess what? This is true in the beginning as well while we get the data. We might need some routing, so let's grab the router as well. I actually don't know, but it's always good. Like for most pages, you can just do this by default in the beginning. And then we of course need our SQLite context one last time, and the drizzle db equals drizzle using our SQLite context. Cool. All right, let's start with the use effect block. In that block, we want to check if we have an ID. So if we have an ID from the routing, we will call a load article function. That function, of course, isn't implemented yet. So let's do this now. Const load article, probably an async function. Okay, everyone happy here so far? I feel like we're not. Who's not happy? We don't have a return statement here, right? That would be good. Okay, now we're happy. So in load article, we will try to make a request to the database as always. We're gonna catch any error. I won't really handle this for the moment. You can, but I will not. And then we have a finally block, and in finally, we should say set loading false as well as set content loading false. Okay, can we do this with a comma? It actually didn't give an error. I'm curious. Anyway, let's get the result from the database. So this one should be fairly easy. Let's use our drizzle db select my entry all information from saved items, where my ID is equal. So where equal saved items.id to the ID that was passed to this page. Saved items ID. Did we get the EQ correct? EQ from Drizzle ORM. What's wrong here? Where equal saved items Okay, maybe we need some typing up here. This is going to be ID string. Yeah, that's better. All right, we should be able to already log that out. So if we go here, yeah, we're seeing a bunch of information in there. Good, that is our article. We can now set this. So let's set the article to make sure that if we have result dot length greater than 0, in that case, I want to set my article to result at the index 0, as well as call already, we don't need to call set loading, that's fine, but set the article content to result at the position 0 dot content, or otherwise to an empty string. Okay, now the page has the content. I also want to add an additional function here, handle open in web. Let's call this and then say if the article has a URL. So this is for sharing. There's like an additional button at the top usually. And we can now use the linking package. Once again, is this the one from React Native? Yeah, I think. Open URL article.url. So this is just a little helper function. Then we have two other functions. We do have one on remove article that will, guess what, remove the article. Should be fairly easy. Once again, we actually don't really need the result. We can just do await drizzle db. We even don't need await, honestly. Update on my saved items table. And what do we want to update? We want to set is deleted and see how we get code completion all the time from the schema we've set up very early of this app. This really, like, using Drizzle helps really tremendously here, or using any kind of ORM. And again, where equals saved items ID. And once this is done, we should probably call router dismiss, because if the user removed the article, chances are high the user also wants to leave that page. Now, finally, we want to render some skeleton views. Maybe we're going to do this now. So let's start with a view. Let's make this an empty fragment and just quickly set some options for our screen here and then close that. So I want to set my title here. Because we don't really have the title up front, so we can now check if we're loading. Then let's see, if we're loading, then could just say archive, and otherwise it could say article.domain or article. I don't know. Why should it say archive? I don't know. But in the original app, I think it said archive. That doesn't make sense. It should say article. Okay. We don't need the header large title. We haven't set that yet, but let's do a header right. This should be wrapped in a view. So in the original app, there are a couple of actions here. Let's call this one. Yes, we want to import that certainly. And I want to set this one to styles header actions. And then we also want to bring in the style sheet from React Native, of course. So for the header actions, do we also have a container? Let's just make this flex direction row and align the items center. That should be fine. And then we're going to do 3 items. Let's snooze this once again. Touchable opacity. And this one gets some default styling like styles.header button in a second. And let's use the feather icons. I think this is where I found one of the icons that I wanted to use. So you can use the different icon sets from Expo, from the Expo vector icons package. Go crazy about them. Use whatever you prefer. And then we're going to use feather. Okay. And we're going to use the pocket icon. Right, there's actually a pocket icon. Yes. Size 24 and color. Our good old color utils once again. So we shouldn't have a hard time restyling our app. That should be fairly easy. Okay, nice. We got that one. up here, a pocket icon. I don't know actually what it does in the original app, because the app is now also not working anymore. It was kind of hard to re-engineer what used to work. But let's give the header button some margin left. We could actually also give this just gap of 16, and we have gap between the buttons. Then we probably don't even need the styling here. Okay, let's do 2 more of those. I think the second one had like the Apple Safari icon. Probably you want to change that based on which platform you run. You can use the material community icons set for that. And that one can also be imported up here, just like feather. And then we should see the Safari icon. This one should actually open up our handle. Oh, we should probably use on press. And then handle open in web. And the third one should have ionicons. This one actually automatically works, that import. That's crazy. Ellipsis horizontal. Okay, we got our 3 icons. If I click that, it actually takes me already to the web page. It's not giving me article.domain, which I thought it should. Does the article not have a domain? That's interesting. Maybe we should do a quick check here. iPhone 16 Pro. I should really disable that log. Okay, here's the article.domain. The domain is actually there. Let's see. We're setting this. We're setting the article, and we're setting the article content. Why does it only show? Because we're not setting loading back to false. So in that case, yeah, now it would work. But we want to keep that still to true, so we can now also tinker a bit more on the shimmer. And for the shimmer, I just looked up that we actually also need the React Native SVG library. I don't know why I missed that, so make sure you also have that installed. So that brings us to 3 commands for this part of our tutorial. Now, let's close that, let's close this one, and let's do a function here. Let's call this one const render skeleton content. Okay, and this one will render our skeleton view. Actually, we're gonna do this manually, so let's snooze this. And for our app, let's see, we have the stack here. Let's follow this up with a scroll view. And on which page are we actually? We're on the details page. Okay, so let's probably put in some styling here. The container styling is probably just wanna be flex 1. Do we actually need the background color? Yeah, we might need that. Okay, so I will do it. Background color set to colors.white. And within that scroll view, we might want to have some more settings. So let's say shows vertical scroll indicator false. Again, why is that not the default? And content inset adjustment behavior automatic, but I think we're actually automatic. We're actually not even using the large title, so this is kind of, well, not really required. Okay, so I want to check now if we are loading or if the content is loading. In that case, I want to render my skeleton, which is, let's see, can we just return something like a view for the moment? View. Okay, so I want to return that one. Otherwise, I will return null for the moment. What am I doing wrong here today? So, of course, like this. So now we should be in the loading state because we don't end it. And therefore, we should also be able to simply focus on our render skeleton view. Now, let's first give this some styling. Let's call this skeleton container. And we probably also need something like a skeleton item. So skeleton container, maybe that one just gets some padding of like 20. And then we have a skeleton item here, which we will define. Probably we can already do this. I mean, the skeleton item will essentially have a background color, something like E5. That should be a light color, and maybe some margin bottom. so we have some separation to the next element. Let's do something like 12. And maybe we're gonna also have a skeleton block itself, like a block of items, and then this one will have margin vertical, top and bottom 20. I think that should actually be mostly enough for our needs. Now let's try to create this with the shimmer. Where's our function here? We have the skeleton container. Let's start by doing a shimmer. And why is there no import? Of course, we need to add shimmer from React Native fast shimmer. Now, to bring up our shimmer, it needs a specific size. So let's first set the style here to an array, and we're gonna say styles.skeleton item. And maybe let's just close it for now. And let's see what this gives. This gives nothing because we don't have any specified width or height. So let's do this now in a separate object because then we can reuse like the other stuff. So now we see we had a width of 20. We actually want to use our full width, which we got from our hook before, minus 20, actually minus 40. Yep, that's better. And then we're gonna set the height to 20. Yep, small one. Let's follow this up with another one. This one will be a bit shorter. Just, this could be, for example, the subtitle. So now this could be our title and the subtitle, which are loading. Okay, additionally now we can do a bunch of other skeletons in here. Now I want to make this a bit faster because it's probably not too exciting. What I would follow up this with is an array of items for the content. And I wonder if this up here should actually be styles.skeleton block, because then we would have some separation between these items. So this could be our potential content, which looks now like this. And we can also maybe follow this up with another block if you want to, like more skeleton blocks down here. However many you want. Okay, we don't really have to dive deeper into this. I think for loading, this should be actually fine. Maybe I want to make my first one actually a bit bigger, like the headline, yeah, something like this. Maybe even 40. I mean, well, nothing is as big as that. So maybe like this. Okay, this is our loading state. Now we can also turn on our set loading and set content loading false, because then we only see this very briefly. And honestly, because we're using SQLite in a local database, we probably won't see the shimmer in reality at all. We would, however, see it if in our database, the content, for example, of a saved article is not populated. So I don't know, that case could happen eventually if we're not able, like if the request fails here for parsing that content, and then we go in it and we have to do this here again. But otherwise, it actually can't really happen. So yeah. Okay, I just noticed that we haven't used our onRemove article. Let's just attach this to our third button. I know it's an ellipsis, but anyway, maybe we can just set this to like trash outline. Is there like a trash outline? Yeah. So now I could delete that. I don't want to do this because I want to have 2 articles for testing. So let's keep it for the moment. Now let's change. Once we have something in here, we can render another view. Okay. So if we're not loading anymore, we're gonna set this to styles.content. Okay, styles.content, and make sure we close that correctly. So in our content, let's start this with a text, which is our article.domain. And I noticed we probably even had the text import. So where is React Native? React Native here. Let's manually add that, and then we should see the article domain. Good start. Maybe this one should have some styling as well. Styles.domain. So let's set up both content and domain styling now. Content should have just a general padding of 20, and domain should have a really small font size. Let's set the color to our usual text gray, and then some margin bottom of 8. Okay, this is the beginning. Article, yes. Let's do it like this for the moment. And then we can do the rest. So if we do have the article content, in that case, I can render my next view. And this one will now be the render HTML block. So here we go with, I will set this one here to, the fallback is like a text element, which says content not available. But this one is more important. So we got render HTML in here. And of course, we need to add the according import, not input. So render HTML from React Native render HTML. And we should be able to simply pass our HTML to that component. Properties source is missing. So we need to fill out the properties required. So let's set the source to our item, and we want to do it like this. So we want to set the HTML directly, which is the article content. And that actually already makes the item happy. Okay, so now we see a problem, no suitable image loader found for assets, images, improved, error, something. This is an image that was used in this article. So we see it actually sort of already works, but some images are missing. This is because we haven't set the right base URL. So let's do this now. Let's set the base URL to article.url. That's in most cases the base URL, and then we see images like here start to appear. Now, additionally, we can set a few more things. So what I want to set is the content width here, and we're going to set this to our width -40. Now we see it fits better on that page. I think that looks a lot better. Additionally, we can now have styling. So we can have classes styles and we can have text styles. This is quite tedious to define. So based on the HTML you see, it is not styled in any way. I have some styling here. So I went into these pages and looked this up. For example, one class here is called avatar dash photo. And so with this specific class, I could now set the width and the height of these images to 80 and the border radius to 40. If I do that, let's see. Is it with a double underscore? Yeah, it's with a double underscore. Okay, the border radius is not applied. Why is the border radius not applied? I have honestly no idea. Is it because overflow hidden needs to be added as well, like in our objects? I don't think so. No. But there's another one. There's like a row of these images in the actual article. If you go to reactnative.dev and to their blog, let's see, which article was this? React Native 081. So it looked more like this. And I copied over the styling. So on the web we have flex direction set to row. And of course the usual other fun. We're gonna set flex wrap to wrap our content. Now it already starts looking better, and you might want to add some gap between the elements. Then you have it already a lot better. Now for the text styling, we could now go through all the text and bring in some styling, but probably better you grab that element from our GitHub repository and just put it in here. So a little object with some general styling for P, H1, H2, H3, links. And if you hit save, your article turns into something like this, which looks a lot more beautiful and readable. And if I go to my other article, this one's actually not rendered perfect. So we already got some more information in here, but nonetheless, we can read it. You know, these apps where they parse the content, it's never perfect. But we're close there, and I think we did an actual pretty good job. Now, on top of that, we also have that delete button up there, which deletes the item. We have that in here. It simply removes the article. Actually not removing, it's just setting deleted to true. So if you go back to your Drizzle Studio plugin, you would see that the element is actually still there, but at some point we would have here you can have like is favorite, is archived, or is deleted, and just update this and then filter the data based on that. But overall, I think this actually brings us already once again to the end of this. Maybe we could just specify some more fonts here next to my classes. So let's set this to system fonts provided to Arial. I had Helvetica and sans serif. Okay, no big change, but this is usually also in the documentation of render HTML. But overall, it does a pretty great job of just using our article content that we got through our API route and saved in SQLite, now displayed on this page. And I would be very happy if someone from the community here takes this and actually builds this out and ships a new version, because in the past I really enjoyed Pocket and I hope you enjoyed working on this clone. Alright, and that's it. You have now built your own Pocket style inspired clone with React Native, with Expo, SQLite, and all the latest and greatest tools. You added authentication with Clerk, you have SQLite with Drizzle support, you have in-app purchases with RevenueCat and monitoring with Sentry, you have Reanimated, rendering, API routes. Honestly, that's a perfect setup for a real-world application. Honestly, that's a complete real-world application, ready to ship, expand, or turn into your own idea. If you enjoyed this and want to go deeper, check out galaxies.dev. It's the place where I help developers just like you to go deeper and ship their own apps. Huge thanks again to Clerk, RevenueCat, and Sentry for sponsoring this build. Check out the links below this video. They're an absolute game changer for building serious React Native applications. If you found this helpful, hit the like button and stay subscribed to the channel and leave a comment. What kind of clone would you like to see in the future? What kind of features, packages would you like to see me explore and use in one of the upcoming builds? Let me know down in the comments and I will hopefully catch you in the next one. So until then, happy coding, Simon.